now call the study session for Monday, July 24th to order. I'm Steve Ward, Mayor Pro Tem. Our first topic is a review of the Tri-Cities Homelessness Plan of Action. Looks like Tim Dodd is with us, Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I'm just going to give a really quick introduction, and the bulk of this presentation is actually going to be done by Mike Sandgren, who's the Tri-Cities Homelessness Coordinator. So I just wanted to remind Council that Tri-Cities isn't an independent entity. It's a group of the three cities that have then partnered with the city, with the county, Arapahoe County. So it's Englewood, Littleton, and Sheridan. The charter that established the Tri-Cities Policy Group was signed on December 18th, 2018. So it's been in place since then for almost 5 years. Since that time, the group has made a lot of progress. They worked with a consultant to develop a plan of action that was adopted by this council, I believe, on September 7th of 2021. And then this council also set aside some of your ARPA funding for the implementation of this plan, which also included a portion of the funding for the Tri-Cities Homelessness Coordinator. The cities of Sheridan and Littleton, of course, also contributed to that position and to other aspects of the plan. In the memo that you have for this agenda item, at the beginning is a list of most of what I could find in terms of the several actions that have come before you related to the implementation of Tri-Cities. So now that we're in year 2, we wanted our coordinator, Mike Sandgren, to come in and do a presentation to give you a status update for your questions and feedback. So I'll turn it over to Mike.
Thank you, Tim. Good evening, Council. First of all, I want to say thank you for creating space in the agenda to have me. It's great to be with you all. I don't think that I've formally had a chance to visit with you in some time, so great to be with you. What I'm going to do is do my best to give my presentation in the first 15 minutes here, so we can reserve about 10 or 15 minutes for questions and dialogue at the end. I believe you all are generally familiar with the development of the Tri-Cities Action Plan. As Tim alluded to, the Tri-Cities Policy Group has been in existence since 2018, bringing together council liaisons, city managers, offices, chiefs of police, other regional leaders from the county, from the state on a monthly basis to really form the governing entity to direct a regional response around homelessness. So that group started in 2018, meeting over the years of 2019, 2020, engaged demographic and community research, contracted with the Center for Housing and Homelessness Research out of DU to conduct that analysis, as well as did a pestle analysis. 2021 led into the action plan development, contracting with the Florence Lease Advancement Network to take the foundation of data that was built through the years 2019, 2020, supplementing some additional stakeholder work to draft the Tri-Cities Homeless Action Plan, which was then adopted by all three councils, this council as well as the councils of Littleton and Sheridan in late 2021, early 2022. I believe this council adopted it September of 2021, which brings to 2022 through 2024 as the 3-year implementation process of the action plan. The plan, general overview, again, this was in your memo as well, so, but the plan is broken into 4 categories. Building a strong foundation carries recommendations focused on solidifying governance structures around a regional response to homelessness, formalizing data capacity, linking our region into some existing services such as the One Home Coordinated Entry System, increasing utilization of the Homeless Management Information System, et cetera, as well as engaging some community engagement activities. The workforce development category focuses on a couple key partnerships, really focused on for members of the community who are experiencing homelessness, who would be ready to move back into full self-sustainability through workforce reentry. I think the action plan felt a responsibility to create pathways for those individuals, so investing in partnerships like the Ready to Work program as well as the Cross-Purpose Career School really move the ball forward on that category. The single adult system and family system look to streamline access to homeless services, as well as providing increased street-based services and expanding housing opportunities for tailored to the needs of families experiencing homelessness, as well as individuals experiencing homelessness. Like we said, the action plan is broken into a 3-year implementation phase. One note on the 3 years is that the coordinator position I onboarded in July of last year, and my contract runs through July of 2025. So we have the formal implementation phase of 2022 through 2024. I think it's just important to note my contract started about 6 months into 2022 and runs 6 months or so into 2025 as well. So we have about 6 months offset in more of a functional manner. But we are scoring the action plan at about overall 47% implemented at this point. I won't run through every single one of the action items in the plan for the sake of time, but I will highlight just a couple that I think are notable, and happy to address any other any other questions related to other action steps. Within our year 1 action steps, I wanted to highlight the tricitieshomelessness.com. This was the launch of the website that really serves as a hub for this regional effort around homelessness. Members of the public, individuals experiencing homelessness, community members who might be interested in just learning more or getting involved in addressing homelessness can find the PDF of the action plan on that website. They can find the bylaws of the Tri-Cities Homelessness Policy Group. Coming soon, we're going to begin to post meeting notes in summary form from the Tri-Cities Homelessness Policy Group on that website as well, for anybody who wants to keep up to speed with the work of the policy group, as well as streamlined volunteer opportunities, access to local services, as well as monthly dashboards of the status implementation, the status of the implementation of the plan, as well as the impact that the plan is having on a monthly basis. So I wanted to highlight that as a key step. That was a year 1 goal that we have been able to launch. So overall, like I said, we're scoring the year 1 plan as 10 out of 17 completed at this point in time. Moving into year 2, I wanted to highlight a couple action steps that we have either been able to implement or are in the process of implementing, really focusing on right now. I wanted to highlight the Navigation Center RFP process update. The Navigation Center is a key component of the single adult system, looking to implement a one-stop shop where individuals experiencing homelessness can go and access the services that they need and really create the pathway out of homelessness tailored to their individual needs. We're grateful to our partners in the city of Littleton. They took the lead on an RFP process to identify a service provider to serve in the capacity of the Navigation Center, and have officially posted an intent to award to the Bridge House facility here in the Tri-Cities to host the Navigation Center in a wing of their building. They'll be able to dedicate 20 beds to navigation work to serve in the capacity of the Navigation Center. The RFP selection committee had representatives from all 3 cities, as well as some of the community foundation that's been helping support the project as well. And the recommendation was unanimous in response to Bridge House's application to serve as the Nav Center. I also wanted to highlight our safe parking pilot program. You'll be able to see that as a year 2 goal. I just wanted to put a pin in that because it's our next topic for this study session. We'll be having representatives from the city as well as Colorado Safe Parking Initiative present on safe parking as a concept, and just to help educate us all around how safe parking works, what it does, and what it is. So that'll be next on the agenda this evening. And then finally, within year 2, I wanted to highlight the Lived Experience Advisory Board. We were able to launch that a couple months ago. That group is comprised of 5 individuals who have experienced homelessness within the Tri-Cities region. And I was really grateful to have a pretty diverse group of experiences represented on Lived Experience Advisory Board. We have individuals who have been single adults who have experienced homelessness. We have one individual who experienced homelessness with her family as part of that. We have a younger adult who was homeless in the Tri-Cities region, as well as an older adult. So really a pretty wide array of experiences speaking into that Lived Experience Advisory Board, and having the board present and active really aligns our regional efforts with best practice to have the voice of lived experience formally speaking into the process. And I'm grateful to the City of Inglewood for hosting the first meeting a couple months ago. Moving into, I wanted to, for the sake of time, I'll jump over year 3, but I will just note that the creation of the online platform to request homeless services as a year 3 goal, we were able to mark as completed in running concurrent with the launch of tricitieshomeless.com. Current levels of investment, what you'll find in this table is an overview of Inglewood's specific investment in this plan, as well as the Tri-Cities total investment, so the totals from Inglewood, Littleton, and Sheridan, as well as highlighting some of the other funding that has come into or is pending to come into the contents of this plan. Italicized items have yet to be expended, but are pending approval, but kind of exist within work plans for various projects. And so the single adult lead service provider, the request of $150,000, we've linked that project with the implementation of the Navigation Center, which is a pending expense, as well as the safe parking pilot program, which again we'll discuss in a couple minutes. But all total, you can see that the total allocated from the City of Inglewood is just over $1.3 million to support this action plan at this point in time, about $1.5 million if you include those pending requests. Total investment from Tri-Cities is just over $2 million, just over $2.3 million if you include the pending requests. And you can see around $8 million of funding that's come from other sources, some state sources that we have grants out to support a couple of the projects, as well as a couple federal sources, and some small investment at this point from private philanthropy as well. We are at a place in year 2 that we're starting to see the impact of the action plan, as well as continuing to move to a place where we can speak with clarity about the projected impact of some of these action steps that are called for in the plan. And so in this table, you'll see the current impact from a sampling of the action steps within the plan. What I did with this table was I tried to highlight the action steps that really have a direct impact in moving people off the streets. I recognize, within this type of action plan, there's some action steps that are maybe a little bit more foundational, data tracking, things like that. Within this table, I wanted to just highlight some of the action steps that will have direct impact in terms of taking folks who are on the streets experiencing homelessness today and moving them off the streets, out of homelessness. And so I'll walk through each of these very quickly for the sake of time. Our one home referrals, we have been able to increase referrals to the one home system. This will result in housing placements of the most vulnerable individuals who are on the streets experiencing homelessness right now. Projected impact would be ongoing prioritization, and I'll note on this action step that we're working with the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative to generate the capacity to produce municipal-specific reports of specifically how many folks from that one home program are being housed from each of the cities. And so their data team is working on that. So hopefully within the next number of months, we will be able to generate with specificity how many people have been moved into housing from the one home coordinated entry system. Our Built for Zero efforts have been focusing on veteran homelessness and have seen 11 veterans exit homelessness as a direct result of that case conferencing and by name list management. Continued projected impact would be to achieve functional zero for veteran homelessness in our region. Actually, most of this year we have been under our functional zero threshold for our veteran by name list. Just in the last couple of weeks, we've jumped up again. Another few veterans have lost their housing and found their way onto our list, and so our case conferencing team is working to connect them with housing as we speak. The Ready to Work programs that's set to launch in early next year is projected to place up to 50 individuals in a stable housing situation as well as a stable employment situation, and that would be on an ongoing basis, on an annual basis once that program is launched. Cross Purpose has graduated 61 program graduates at this point in time, placing them into careers with livable wage. A number of them have come out of homelessness. I'll share one quick story. As some of you know, I worked in more direct service prior to this role, and there was one woman who would come to our program pretty regularly, and she was in a really challenging life situation, connected with a very kind of dark relationship, and in cycles of addiction and things like that. And if I'm being honest, she wasn't an individual that I held a lot of hope for, that she would move beyond her situation. And during the height of COVID, we lost touch with her. But then when the second class of Cross Purpose launched, we went and saw the class, and she was part of the class, and actually successfully made it through the program, got placed into a job, and is doing really well today. Has got distance from her relationship, has gotten clean, and is doing really well. So just a tangible example of the impact that some of these programs are having. The Navigation Center within the contracting with the Bridge House facility projects that they will be able to place up to 60 individuals into housing per year, again on an ongoing annual basis. Our outreach team that's being run in partnership with the All Health Network has contacted 233 individuals throughout the region thus far in about its 5 months of existence, and has provided case management support to 59 individuals within those contacts. Projected impact on an ongoing basis would be up to 80 outreach contacts per month and up to 25 individuals per month receiving that case management support. The Safe Parking Pilot Program, the current work plan for that action step would be to secure up to 35 safe parking spots within the Tri-Cities, as well as, if we're using, which we'll talk about in a couple minutes, the percentage of about 45 individuals who access safe parking moving into stable housing as their exit from that service, we would see around 16 housing placements concurrent with a pilot program around safe parking. And then our current work plan for landlord engagement could provide support to up to 40 housing placements through 2024 and 2025. And so, in summary, I just wanted to say that the point in time numbers, some of you might have seen, they actually just came out today. In Arapahoe County, we're still working on the municipal specific data. MDHI is going to need a little bit more time for that, but in Arapahoe County, this year's point in time count counted 442 people throughout the county who were experiencing homelessness in 2023. And so I just wanted to name that number, and also name that within this sampling of action steps, the Tri-Cities region would have capacity to place up to a little over 100 individuals into housing per year. And so year over year, up against the number 442, we can start to see the impact that the plan in total has the capacity to have, assuming all of these programs get launched, live up to what their projected impact is, and barring any type of large kind of systemic change in the numbers of individuals experiencing homelessness, we are year over year, I think, positioned to have significant impact. Final slide before we open it up for questions would just be to highlight a couple next steps, current areas of focus, as well as highlight how we are connected regionally as the Tri-Cities Homelessness Policy Group. Current focuses is focused on contracting and funding the Navigation Center, the Ready to Work facility renovation. Some of you were at the groundbreaking ceremony a couple weeks ago. That renovation is set to be underway on the back half of this year to launch that program early next year. Piloting safe parking, engaging landlord engagement, engaging in a peer support program for families, particularly with a partnership specifically in Sheridan. Expanding our Built for Zero work. We've seen a good proof of concept for that work with veterans, and we're interested in expanding that to all single adults at this point, and so we're working with our case conferencing team to begin focusing on that expanded demographic. As well as funding sustainability. One of the approaches we've taken is the councils have allocated American Rescue Plan dollars to some of the capital needs associated with this plan, but we're cognizant of the fact that moving forward, we'll be thinking about what ongoing operations look like for some of these projects, and I think we'll have several years to identify which projects are the most promising in terms of impact, and I think the fact that some of these items have been done in partnership with nonprofits, for example, open up opportunities for private philanthropy, but that will be an ongoing conversation over the next couple of years around what the needs are to continue to operate some of these services over the long term. I did want to highlight the fact that the Broken T is going to sponsor a golf tournament in September to support the Navigation Center project. So another great partnership with Inglewood. We're really grateful for that. Regional partnerships, I wanted to mention the fact that just as Tri-Cities, we're part of the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative Regional Homelessness Coordinating Committee. We're also part of the counties, Arapahoe County's Homelessness Coordinating Committee. We continue to play a partnership, facilitator role with the Change the Trend Network, working on securing a better long-term relationship there between the policy group and the network. And then just recently, we've been invited into Mayor Johnston in Denver has put together an unhoused provider working group. So we'll be participating in that group, helping provide perspective from first-tier suburban communities into the work happening in the urban core of Denver. So I will stop there. I apologize, I went about 5 minutes over, but it looks like we have about 10 minutes for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sandgren. Any questions from council? Member Nunekamp.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Sandgren, for being here. It's good to see you and to hear about the work of this program. I have a few questions for you. And so we will start with, why don't we start with the point in time number that you just shared with us. I believe that's a reduction from the number that we saw in 2022 in Arapahoe County. Can you speak a little bit more about why you think we're seeing reduction countywide?
Yeah, I believe the 2022 point in time totals for the county were right around 500, so it does reflect a reduction. MDHI is pretty clear that they would not recommend looking year to year to track trends with the point in time data set in particular. There's many methodological kind of variations on a year to year basis, and so they caution against looking year to year as a trend to see homelessness going up or down. A lot of it depends how many volunteers come out, the weather conditions of the day. So the point in time really is a snapshot kind of baseline assessment on a yearly basis. But MDHI does caution against looking year to year to see trends around homelessness.
That's really helpful context. Thank you. Also, as you shared a lot of the progress, so many of the projects are completed. We're making great progress. And I noted that several of the projects, are completed in years outside of the year that we are in years 2, years 3. I'm curious, why do you think that is? Is it an enforcing mechanism? Maybe did we not plan sequentially as thoughtfully as we could have?
Yeah, the action plan is broken into the 3-year sequence. A lot of and it's a helpful work plan to kind of break down, and you'll notice it kind of goes like this because a lot of the foundational work is front loaded in that year 1. Year 2 and year 3 leave space for ongoing management as well as implementation of new action steps. I think functionally, the opportunities to implement certain programs, present themselves at different times. And so a good example might be the coordinated outreach team. The All Health Network came to us in year 1 and said, hey, we want to really partner with this. This aligns with our values, and we'd love to launch an outreach team. We didn't say no because we were in year 1. We said yes, and we were able to complete that in year 1 rather than year 2. And so, functionally, as opportunities present themselves, we're doing our best to implement projects as they can, as availability presents itself.
That's great. Mayor Protem, I have a couple more. Can I keep going? Regarding the Navigation Center, the intent to award to Bridge House, you made the comment that they plan to dedicate 20 beds. Can you expand on that a little bit? Because I think that they have, is it 50-something beds for their program? Is that coming out of that number for the Nav Center? And then what are those beds being used for? Are they just immediate shelter? And how does that work, the breakdown?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's a good clarification. These 20 beds would not be subtracted from the workforce program. So the workforce program will still dedicate, I believe it's 48 beds for the Ready to Work program. The proposal from Bridge House was to dedicate a wing of their facility to add an additional 20 beds to be used for navigation. Those beds would be available to individuals who are interested in doing intensive case management for a week or 2-week period of time to be navigated into whatever long-term services they require based on their individual needs. So don't think it's not an emergency shelter, but it is an opportunity to stay for about a week, a couple weeks for individuals who are ready to make that commitment to the case management and building that pathway out of homelessness for them.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So is Inglewood Housing Authority providing any rooms for you all at this time?
Inglewood Housing Authority has a number of programs. We've been in conversation with them about specifically the feasibility work that the action plan calls for in year 3 around permanent supportive housing. We've also been in conversation with them around a potential prioritization of housing choice vouchers for families, which is an action step that's called for in the action plan. Currently, we have not green-lighted either of those projects.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for right now.
Mr. Sandgren, how, if at all, does the Tri-Cities program interact with the various cities' co-responder programs? Because I know they deal often with similar populations. Is there any interaction, and is that relationship working well, or is there room for improvement?
So the action plan, it interacts with the co-responders. The co-responders kind of predated the development of the action plan, and so I think the spirit of the action plan would be to supplement and partner some of the work that's happening with the co-responder program. For example, the action plan calls for the development of a street-based kind of medical team, which the mobile response unit in the launch in Inglewood, as well as just recently in Littleton, really moves the needle towards that particular action step. It's not present in Sheridan yet, so it's not completed, but a team like that interacts, because it's managed with a contract with All Health, interacts internally and on the street level with the co-responder program quite frequently. The same would be true of the outreach team as well, because it's a partnership with All Health Network. Those team members are able to kind of share client information internally within All Health and work pretty collaboratively on the street level with the co-responders.
Thank you. And then one thing that did pique my interest was the lived experience group. How is there like an average of time that these people have been out of homelessness? I assume they all are actually actively housed right now. Is that correct?
They are, yeah.
Okay. Is there a time range, or are they all recently housed, or how does that work?
I would say on average, they've been out of homelessness for maybe a handful of years each. Like I said, the experiences vary, and even the experiences of homelessness within the Lived Experience Advisory Board vary. So some were, more longer term experiencing homelessness, and some it was maybe a shorter season of struggle. But yeah, they all are actively housed right now, but they all have the experience of homelessness within the Tri-Cities region.
Thank you. Member Woodward.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. On the Safe Parking Pilot Program, have you identified any lots in the Tri-Cities area, or?
Member Woodward, we'll get to that. That's the next item on the agenda, Safe Parking Pilot
Oh,
Program.
I'm sorry.
So,
Okay.
Did you have another question, or
No, all my questions are tied right to that.
any other questions on this subject?
I do.
Member Russell.
Thank you. On the Tri-Cities Homelessness Policy Committee, why were there no citizens, just an average citizen, put on that committee?
You know, I am hesitant to speak to the membership of the policy group because I'm not the chair of the policy group. It's part of my reporting structure to provide updates to the policy group. But the bylaws for the committee are present on the website, and I think I would probably defer to maybe the chair of the committee or the vice chair for kind of questions about the structure of the policy group members.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then just one other question. Have you stepped down from Change the Trend altogether, or are you still on Change the Trend?
We're working on it. We've been in dialogue for the past several months with the policy group about the right type of relationship between the network and the policy group, and have had some good dialogue about the what kind of the long-term relationship needs to look like. And we've come down on this side that it does need to be more organic long-term. And so my work plan is to bring some of the other network members together to identify who will be facilitating the network long-term.
So are you still on Change the Trend?
Yeah, I'm still facilitating the meetings on Thursdays.
That's a little bit problematic because we were told you were going to step down as soon as you got this position. So, thank you.
Mayor, if I could.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Member Russell, to your question about membership, the bylaws of Change the Trend did come before all three councils. So we didn't get any feedback at the time, as I understand, to make kind of non-agency folks on that, but I think it's a great idea that we can bring back to the executive committee. I'll also just add a little more detail to what Mr. Sandgren said with regard to his role. The city managers and the executive committee of the Tri-Cities Policy Committee have directed that change be made, and so the Change the Trend Network is actively working to make that shift, and so we expect that to happen soon. Thanks.
Thank you, Manager Lewis. I think that brings us into our next agenda item. Mr. Dodd, did you want to introduce this?
Yeah, I'm just going to give a really quick introduction, Mayor and Council. So our summer intern, our city manager's office, Will Morris, who you met last night, or last week, excuse me, is actually going to be doing the intro to this presentation. And then on the call, we have Linda Behringer, who is from Safe Parking Colorado, who will be doing the bulk of the presentation as well with Will. This is an information and directional presentation. We want to give you a bit more information about what a safe parking program is, and then we'd like your direction on whether you would like us to continue moving forward with the pilot, which is included as one of the items in the Tri-Cities Action Plan. So I will turn it over to Will.
Hello, members of council. Good to be in front of you. Thank you for having me here. Just like Tim said, I'm going to be presenting a little bit of a background on what safe parking is, and then Linda Behringer from the Colorado Safe Parking Initiative will be going more in depth of what her organization does. So, to start, safe parking is typically just overnight sheltering in vehicles in existing parking lots outside of operating hours. This is typically churches or businesses, and what this does is it allows individuals to stop living on the street and stop parking in unauthorized or trespassing spaces, and kind of have that stability. Safe parking lots give access to bathroom facilities and allow for coordinated entry and access to resources, as well as access to housing navigation so that they can be moved into more permanent housing. Based on the housing and homelessness reports on homeless families, people experiencing homelessness, this was in the Tri-Cities, study by DU, I believe, in 2019. 35 people in the Tri-Cities reported sleeping in a car, van, or RV the night before, and 142 at least one night in the last 2 years. So it is a pertinent issue. A couple of reasons on why to have a safe parking program established. It provides some level of stability, so it's not a permanent housing option, but it allows for kind of a transition. And as I said before, it allows some stability without a criminal penalty. So those sleeping in their cars will be in a safe, stable, secure lot without living on their cars in the street and getting moved or being charged. It's really the first step back on the path to stable housing because people, when they have a safe space, to sleep, they can do more work towards getting in the workforce or finding a more permanent housing option. It also leads to a decrease in disturbance from unauthorized parking on the street. As Deputy City Manager Dodd mentioned, it is included in the Tri-Cities Homelessness Action Plan of 2021 under theme number 2, recommendation 2.2, action steps 3, piloting a safe parking program. The projected funding for this would be around $10,000 to $25,000. This would cover insurance, security for the lots, as well as portable toilets, and this is in project year 2. I'm going to play a short video here, and then I will toss it over to Linda Berenger. I'm not sure. You click it. Is it possible to click? Let's see. Oh.
As the sun sets over a parking lot in our Arvada, cars arrive to the closest thing some have to a home.
It certainly beats sleeping under the bridge where I was before I started living in my car.
In a world that's become so expensive, people like Shawn have nowhere else to go.
When I go to sleep, yes, I put down the seat. It goes all the way back.
Shawn is an entrepreneur and works at a convenience store, trying to get back on his feet. As night falls, the safe parking site provides more than just safety.
I know where I'm going to sleep, so I don't have to worry about where my next meal is going to come from. I don't have to worry about where I'm going to rest my head. I don't have to worry about how far I'm going to be from my next client.
This is one of 12 safe parking sites across the metro area, run by the Colorado Safe Parking Initiative. The state just announced it's investing $150,000 into the program, enough to open a new lot. It's second in Denver.
There are so many people living in their vehicles right now because they can't afford the rent.
Rochelle Brogan co-founded the parking initiative after being homeless herself.
People can live their lives and get on their feet in a supported environment.
It's a chance to feel safe while also getting access to food, showers at a nearby church, and housing and job services.
It's as close to home as someone like me is going to get for a while.
Everything Shawn owns fits in his car. The parking lot around him gives him something more.
A sense of direction. I know where I'm going to start my day every single day. I know where I'm going to end my day every single day. This parking spot, as far as I am concerned, is the alpha and the omega towards getting myself out of homelessness, getting myself to a point of success.
The sites are geared towards people who work during the day and have recently found themselves homeless. Shawn told me he got frostbite last year during the cold winter snowstorms, but the summers are actually even harder because of the heat. His goal one day is to start an organization that helps people in his position that he finds himself in right now.
And it's just brutal, and I don't know if relief is coming anywhere. 60% of renters, their rent increased, so...
I'm going to toss it over to Linda Berenger from the Colorado Safe Parking Initiative. She's going to talk more about what her organization does.
And you'll advance my slides for me?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thanks. So hi, everybody. Thank you for inviting me here tonight. My name, as Will said, is Linda Berenger, and I am one of the founders of the Colorado Safe Parking Initiative, and I'm currently the program director. So the first slide. So the Safe Parking Initiative began to form in the fall of 2019. It was a model that we were aware of that was happening in California, and some interested folks, including myself, got together and started talking about that this would be something we might consider implementing in the Denver metro area. We were astutely aware of a lot of people living in their vehicles, and that it was the increasing number of people living in their vehicles. So in March of 2020, we opened our first lot. So our mission was to create a network of safe parking lots all throughout the metro Denver area and eventually across the entire state of Colorado. Currently, though, we're working with all 7 counties that surround Denver, and about, as you can see in this slide, about 24 jurisdictions. So the point in time count, which we now have new numbers from, but last year we identified of the 6,884 people counted, we identified 2,078 people who were living unsheltered, meaning either outside or in their vehicles. Next slide. So, as you might expect, as I mentioned, we opened our first lot in March of 2020. In 2021, we received about 1,200 calls for assistance for people living in their vehicles, needing a safe place to park. This year, in 2022, we got 2,197 calls, so that's doubling from the previous year. In part, I would attribute that to the awareness that we exist, but I also attribute it to the increasing number of people unable to afford housing in the Metro Denver area, and excuse me, falling off that thin line that between homelessness and being housed. So what we do know about this group of people who are requesting help is that about 50% of them are working. So in some ways they are a little different than general population of people experiencing homelessness. They're, like I said, 50% are working, about 50% have disabilities, and about 20% are older adults. It's sadly a serious problem for people over the age of 55 who cannot afford housing and are living on Social Security or limited incomes. The average stay in a safe lot is about 3 months, and currently about 45% are exiting to housing. So what we try to implement with this model, I think it was mentioned by Will that most of our lots currently are in churches. We have 13 operating lots now. Most are in churches, but 2 are in commercial business lots. So the model is, in most cases, an overnight model, meaning the people just come in the evening and stay overnight and leave in the morning. But what's really critical about this model is when you talk to people like Shawn in the TV, the Channel 9 news broadcast, how valuable knowing where you're going to rest your head that night, how valuable that is, and having access to sanitation. Those 2 very key basic elements have such impact that you wouldn't really expect it until you talk to some people and see what it's like to not know where you're going to sleep each night and not know where you're going to be able to go to the bathroom. So that in itself is huge, and it is the very basis of the safe parking model. Then we do go beyond that. Of course, we mentioned that we have case management, that hired professional staff who goes to the lot, meets with people, tries to put oops, I'm sorry. I have a dog barking. Just a minute, I'm going to mute myself and not get rid of the dog, but sorry about that. So we have case management, comes to the lot, meets with people, puts things in place that support their effort to get back on their feet. Then that could include a car repair. It could include employment support. It could include housing search assistance. A lot of medical support is provided, dental. We have partners in the community that we utilize. For example, Foothills Animal Shelter is one of our partners in Jefferson County, because one of the things we know about the people in the safe lots is about 40% of the people have pets, which is one of the reasons people stay in their cars rather than a homeless shelter. That's a question I often get asked. Why not just go to a homeless shelter? Well, a couple of reasons. If you have a pet, you would have to give up your pet because homeless shelters do not allow pets. If you're a part of a couple or a family where there's 2-parent family, you would likely be separated in the homeless shelter. Again, not something that many people are comfortable with. If you are working and your hours are odd in some way, or go into the nighttime, you cannot stay in the homeless shelter because they have hours that you have to be in and hours that you have to be out. So it doesn't work. Also, having a vehicle allows people some autonomy. They can keep some of their personal belongings with them. They can get to appointments. They can do things. They have some sense of having some assets still remaining in their life, which homelessness is a traumatic event, and really wears people down. And so we're trying to break that cycle. We're trying to impact people at this point where we can maybe keep them from falling further into homelessness. So some of the things you see on the screen, the housing first harm reduction approach, what that means is that, yes, it is not an apartment or a house, but our efforts are reducing the harm that people may incur through the event of becoming homeless. So that's one of our main concepts, is that we are reducing harm. A collective impact, it talks about bringing people together in a structured way for social change. So it's really important that we are not building a building, creating something from the bottom up, bringing in all different kinds of staff and partners. We are using what exists. We're using parking lots that already exist, that are often vacant in the evenings. We're using resources from all our partners. That I mentioned Foothills Animal Shelter, but we have some mobile medical vans that come to the safe lots, some that just streamline the the referrals to their services, mental health services, legal services, showers, and some of the rec centers partner with us. And also at the lots, I mentioned a lot of them are in churches. So we utilize the volunteers from those churches, and often they'll serve meals a couple nights a week. They'll invite people into the church. Some churches have showers, and so they'll invite people in to use their shower facilities. So you could go to the next slide. Oh, I'm so sorry about the dogs barking. These are other concepts that we base our philosophy on. Strength-based, meaning we focus on the strengths that people bring with them, and as opposed to identifying the deficits and focusing on those. We're focusing on people's strengths. We're recognizing that people have experienced trauma and providing our services in a trauma-informed way.
Ms. Berger, I don't want to interrupt, but I just need to note that we have about 5 minutes left for this agenda item.
All right.
So
Okay, let me get
finish the slides. I think
through
we might
this.
have some questions.
Okay, let me go to slide. Let's see here. I think the best practice slide, which is slide 12 or slide 11. You were on it. I'll just so we have low barriers to entry, meaning we don't have a lot of requirements to get in other than that your car be legal. And we're providing safe, legal overnight parking, case management. I mentioned all those, and then go to the barriers, and those are things that you'll want to think about if you decide whether to implement this model. But as you might expect, there's some pushback from neighborhoods at times, but we've been able to manage that, to work with the neighborhoods, and have had good results, positive results from the neighbors in all cases. Crime, we even have statistics showing crime goes down in the neighborhood because now you have a group of people providing acting as watchdogs to the neighborhood. But you can imagine weather is a challenge for us in the state of Colorado, heat and cold, and funding, and then moving people back to housing is a challenge too. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I will now open the floor to questions. Member Woodward, I believe you have the privilege of the first question.
Thank you. My first question is, has there been any lots that are identified in Littleton or Englewood or Sheridan, or all three?
I have spoken to several churches in Littleton. I have not spoken to any churches in Englewood or Sheridan at this point, but typically what happens is once we put the word out that put out more information about this model, we get interest from churches. We get churches calling us saying, we're thinking about it. Could you come and talk to us, answer our questions, look at our parking lot, see if it would be a viable spot. But yes, I have spoke to a few churches in Littleton. One of the issues we'll have in Littleton is that there's a zoning requirement that people are not allowed to sleep in their cars anywhere in Littleton on private or public property. So that was also true in Lakewood, and we worked with city council to pass an emergency ordinance allowing people to sleep in their vehicles in safe parking lots. So we would probably have to do something similar in Littleton. I'm not sure about Englewood or Sheridan.
Mr. Dodd?
Yeah, if I could just say really quickly to answer Member Woodward's question. So we were really waiting to come tonight to see if you wanted for us to move forward with this. I think there are different lots that we could be looking at. But again, as this is part of the Tri-Cities Action Plan as a pilot, we wanted to make sure that you were aware of what it is, what it would be like. And if you wanted to give us the go-ahead, we would then explore options. We would work obviously with the city attorney's office on that for Englewood. It is contemplated to be a pilot for all 3 cities, so we would also need to figure out what those parameters look like.
Thank you. I also believe that it's wise that there would be in at least Littleton and Englewood, because I think the locations, they're large enough that the people that you're going to serve, I think, probably involves a number of students. For example, high school students in elementary school, middle school. I know that's true in Englewood going back more than a decade now, that there was numerous kids that were ending up sleeping in cars alone or with their families from Englewood High School. So I'm like this program. Thank you.
We do have lots with families in the lots. And in those cases, we partner typically with the housing providers in the area and human services to make sure those families are served quickly and help to get out of their vehicles.
Member Noonan Camp?
Thank you, Member Tim. Mr. Morris, thank you for the presentation and all the good work that you've given the city over this summer. My question is similar to Member Woodward's. I believe that the plan, and correct me if I'm wrong, does it call for a site in each city of the Tri-Cities? Maybe someone else could also help with this, Mr. Sandgren, perhaps? Or would it be one site for the full Tri-Cities region that we're considering?
Yeah, I can specify. Within the contents of the action plan, it doesn't specify one site per city. It leaves that kind of up to whatever the right work plan for implementation would be.
Great. And as we consider if this is approved by all of the councils, site selection, in your research, is it typically one site that they commit to 365 days a year to staff it, to service it, to be there? Does it rotate? Is it every single night of the week? Is it only certain nights? How would the consistency work?
I think a lot of those details are negotiable, and like
Mr. Sandgren, if you could just
I'm sorry.
make friends with the mic.
Yeah, a lot of those details would be negotiable if council feels it would be appropriate for us to move forward with exploring this work plan. Typically, what we've seen with other CSPI sites is a network of smaller parking lots. Think maybe in the 8 to 12 spot range, and between that spread between a handful of lots can get us to maybe 35 or so lots throughout the region. And at current CSPI lots, I believe they are 365 days a week, or 365 days a year, 7 days a week, type of access. But like we said, all of that would be negotiable, especially as we identify host sites and things like that, as we take steps forward if council feels comfortable with that.
Great, thank you.
Member Russ?
Thank you. So do we have any statistics on the demographics of the type of people that would be staying in their cars? I mean, does it equate with the general homeless population?
It does not. I mentioned earlier, but I was talking quickly. So we know about 50% of the folks staying in the safe lots are working people. We know about 40% have pets, about 20% are seniors. 80% are first-time homeless, meaning they've been homeless for less than a year and this is their first time being homeless. And about 50% of folks have disabilities. So I think that may answer your question of the demographics, so that it is different. It is a smaller finite group than typically seen when looking at all people experiencing homelessness.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you putting it together. So, with current safe parking lots, are there problems with crime or anything like that?
There are not. So we have, every safe lot has a security plan. And what that generally entails is, for the most part, the safe parkers create their own security system. They very much want safety. That's why they're there. They want to be able to sleep all night and not worry about being robbed or bothered in some way. So they create the security plan in most cases. We have one lot that has a security guard, but it's a large lot, and there's other projects going on in the same parking lot, some pallet housing and some safe outdoor spaces. So they have a security guard, but generally it's provided by the location. So the safe parkers are the on-site. Sometimes we hire a person who's living in their car to be a paid on-site overnight staff, and but they always have someone to contact, either a volunteer from the church if the lot is located at a church, or CSPI staff. So that is our safety plan. And what we find crime-wise, I mentioned that we found that crime in the area reduces because you have eyes on your property. So a lot of churches have found out about things going on their property that they didn't know about, because now they have safe parkers there watching for what happens. And crime and the safe lot itself, typically our most common, not even a crime, but rule violation, is someone pulling into the lot that is not permitted to be there. Because people go through an interview process, they're issued a permit, and they're allowed to park there as long as they need to. But unauthorized parkers are not welcome per se. They're directed out of the lot and to the process if they'd like to apply to get in. But that's our most common crime, as you will,
Thank you very much, Ms.
is
Granger.
unauthorized parkers.
Members of council, we're just a few minutes before 7. I wonder if we might consider deferring discussion on this until the end of the agenda? All right, we'll do that. We'll circle back to this after we finish the regular agenda. And Director Loh was due to do the June 2023 financial. I wonder if we can defer that to our next meeting. Is that okay? Any objections from staff or council? All right, we'll do that. Thank you. Anything else? Nope. Thank you very much for the presentation, folks.
Should I stay or should I stay or go?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the opportunity.
3 minutes till the regular meeting, so we'll take a very brief standing break in this room, and then we will begin the regular agenda at 7 p.m. Yeah, that it starts.
Tri-City Homelessness staff was here for housing.
Are you referring to the county?
Did you need a flash drive?
No, well, I was looking for all of my adapters that were phone, all my so someone is misplacing all of my adapters somewhere. So I'm figuring I can just kind of like give it to y'all after the fact.
Yeah, we can so yes, we did this concert and we can send forward your emails.
Cool. Yeah, usually what I've got is it's a bunch of vehicles that like I've been trying to park in garages and stuff in like school and like silver and whatnot. And I've been to you many times and they will just kind of yeah, we thought it was in our best interest to not take a look. I couldn't go to the school. I couldn't go to this grocery store. I couldn't go and get my life because you didn't feel it's necessary.
So, yeah, I don't know.
So, I mean, yeah, I think it's just a little strange for the city manager to go around federal disability advice.
Members of council, please come to the dais. Good evening. I'll call this July 24th, regular council session to order. Will the clerk please call roll? Oh, excuse me, we do the Pledge of Allegiance before that. So if you're able, please stand and we'll take the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call.
Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Newnenkamp.
Present.
Member Russell.
Present.
Member Woodward.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Present. All right, our first agenda item is the consideration of the minutes for the July 17th, 2023 meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes from July 17th, 2023 City Council meeting.
Second.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take the vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes.
We have two recognitions this evening. The first is our board and commission member appointment recognition. In the mayor's absence, I thought we might switch things up a little bit. So what we'll do is I'll stand at the front and I'll call the names, or the clerk will call the names of the board and commission members who have been appointed. If you're present tonight, please come forward. I'll give you your certificate and just stand somewhere along here. And then at the very end, after everyone has come forward, we'll take a photo op with the whole body. Does everybody follow that procedure? All right. Thank you.
All right. For Board of Adjustment and Appeals, C.N. Dickerson as an alternate. Budget Advisory Committee, James Horan, Peter Eckel, and then Junior Knight as an alternate. Code Enforcement Advisory Committee, Carson Green, Robert Watson, and Sonia Strom. Cultural Arts Commission, Shane Smith, Teresa Adams, Leah Moran, Erica Crizzle. The Inglewood Downtown Development Authority is Diane Reinhardt, Brad Nixon. Inglewood Housing Authority, Mary Mills Lambert, Madison Andrews, and Sherry Stinson as an alternate. The Malley Center Trust Fund Board, Mitchell Waldman. Parks and Recreation Commission, Emma Wood and Jenna Biondolillo. Planning and Zoning Commission, Camille Keys as an alternate. Public Library Board, Chris Ray. Sustainability Committee is Shelley Oren, Patrick Fitzgerald, and Tracy Savina as an alternate. And Urban Renewal Authority is Shane Smith. Yes.
Next up, we have a recognition for the public library. The public library received the 2022 Inglewood Chamber of Commerce Award for Innovation and Sustainability. We have the following staff members in attendance tonight: Beth Lafferty, the Library and Cultural Arts Manager; Celine Gardner, Technical Services Librarian; and Kimberly Powers, the Children's Services Librarian. We do have a plaque I'll bring forward. Let me see here. They gave me some talking points. I just haven't had the chance to review them, so bear with me here. Earlier this year, the Inglewood Public Library received the 2022 Inglewood Chamber of Commerce Award for Innovation and Sustainability. It's an award given to an organization in Inglewood that thinks outside the box to solve problems in innovative ways and explore new ideas that positively contribute to the city. Celebrating its 123rd anniversary this year, the library continues its tradition of service to the community by offering patrons access to a large collection of physical and digital library materials, as well as many different programs and services. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Inglewood Public Library, like libraries around the world, adapted to changing circumstances with a variety of new programs and increased emphasis on digital information and non-traditional items. Did you know that you might soon be able to borrow a frying pan from the library? Interesting. Additionally, the library created a Culture Pass program to allow library card holders to visit at no charge cultural institutions in the Denver metro area, including the Molly Brown House, Dinosaur Ridge, Denver Museum of Nature and Science, and the Denver Botanic Gardens. Other items in the library's 2023 action plan include developing a formal volunteer program to further engage members of the community, onboard and develop new staff, and formally establish non-traditional item lending program. I want to congratulate the Inglewood Public Library on receiving this well-deserved recognition and for the many new innovative programs that the library provides to the members of our community. Our staff resources will come forward. I'll hand over the plaque. The rest of council can join me. We'll do a photo. Put you guys in front. We'll stand. All right, that brings us to recognition of scheduled public comment. Just a note tonight, everybody's heard me read the script before, but the presentation is expected to be delivered in a respectful manner. If you signed up for scheduled public comment, you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Please state your name, your address and cross streets, or under our policy manual, your council district where you reside prior to your comments. The audience is asked, again, under council policy, to refrain from applause, cheering, or other reactions to public comment. We want to make this place a place where everyone feels welcome, regardless of their opinion. So we will be holding to the applause rule tonight. And that, again, is referenced in the council policy manual. First on the agenda is Kevin Wright. Member Woodward just asked who has the response to public comment. I believe it was Noonekamp last week, which puts us at Russell in the order. Is that correct?
I have a USB I'd like to play.
We'll have Sam help you with that.
Yes, please. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me back there? Yeah. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. Open one at a time. I need to have 3 open at one time. If that's all right. So I guess I'll go back here. Open the next one I'm looking at. There's one I'm really interested in before I move. And that was the first one I opened. How would I get back to that? It would be a video. Okay. Oh, tab. Gotcha. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Okay.
Mr. Wright, go ahead with your name, cross streets,
Is there
or
any way
council
to make
districts.
that bigger?
Let's do that. That's good. Okay, and when you click on that, you want a back screen.
Gotcha, thank you. My name is Kevin Wright. I'm on the corner of Julian and Tufts. I guess in your district, Steve, was that 4? Okay, am I going here? Time started. As you look at the screen, at this list of ARPA funds the city received from the federal government, basically I call it free money, you will notice that not one dime was allocated towards the South Central storm system, where we continue to experience flooding and sinkholes. And a young woman named Rochelle Marie Hubert tragically lost her life at the age of 32 years old, 5 years ago today. As you look at the money spent, you will clearly see that $1,233,333 was given to the Old Hampton Utility Improvement Funds. We are currently building high-rise apartments, new duplexes, and redeveloping the neighborhood. Yet the only funds appropriate to the most dangerous storm drain possibly in the state of Colorado received nothing, 0, zilch. We were notified today that the sinkhole that developed has been misdiagnosed and the cost to make repairs has grown. The Oxford apartments could be in danger. the retaining wall could fall, and by the looks of the job site, it is totally unsafe. I fear for the employees on the job and the heavy equipment rolling up on the surface. Come on. This map here shows the South Central storm system, which would be identified as S2, SC1, and S1 on the map. This is where we're having problems. As you can see, S2 begins at Rotolo Park and heads all the way down to S1 to the Platte River, a long distance to travel. As I stated, 5 years ago today, Rochelle Marie Hoover.
Good evening.
Glad
you're with us. I'm Shannon Dodd.
And I'm Ann Trujillo. And those storms,
How
they turned deadly
did
when a woman got
SC1
trapped in an Inglewood
South
basement
Central
filled
Inglewood
with
get
water.
put
The
on
neighbors say this
hold,
happened in
put on
just
the back
30
burner?
minutes. 8 feet
Why
of water
were
rushed
no
into the
funds
basement before that
allocated
woman was
to
able to
this
get to higher
project?
ground.
As
Denver
an
7's Jackie
emergency.
Crea has her story
An
tonight.
emergency. These are your citizens in the city of
Rachel
Lakewood,
Haber
or Inglewood,
died
I'm
after she
sorry.
was trapped
The
in the
city
basement of
Inglewood.
this home behind me. She was
Turn the volume up so
running a
everyone in this
favor
room
for a
can hear
friend and stopping by after work to feed her friend's cat. Her mother
turn the
tells
volume
me
up,
tonight that she is absolutely devastated, but only comforted by the fact that she passed helping a friend. The water just came rushing in all the windows and doors. After last night's storm, Hillary Kulkarni has a lot of cleanup. Floodwater destroyed her basement.
No, we had a lot of things down there that were irreplaceable, you know, stuff from our wedding, my wedding dress, you know, a painting of our dog that has already passed away, you know, just things that can't be replaced.
But when she ran outside, she realized she was one of the lucky ones. The woman house sitting across the street never made it out.
I saw it on the news this morning and I just broke down because it's just terrible and so sad.
32-year-old Rachel Haber was trapped in ceiling-high water. Cindy Hartman lives upstairs.
While I'm on the phone with 911, the sound stopped. And they never sounded again, even after the police officers arrived.
Police officers made it partially inside the basement and pulled Haber out, but it was too late. She died at the hospital.
The fact that that happened in 20 minutes and she couldn't get out, that's scary. It's not okay.
It's a nightmare.
Donald Ogden lives next door. He got out just in time.
It was 8.5 feet at one point deep. The whole basement to the roof was flooded.
Many don't have flood insurance on this street, and as they realize the hardship ahead of them, a quick glance to the home that lost the most reminds them they are lucky to be alive.
It's tragic.
Dedicated to this problem.
I think I'm still in shock. So it's been hard to deal with this last, I guess it hasn't even been 24 hours, but it's going to be a long time getting things back together for sure.
And several of the hardest hit homes tonight are without power. They'll remain that way until inspectors come by and deem it safe to turn that power back on. We've also been hearing from residents here, neighbors who say there's issues with drainage, and we've reached out to the city to try and get some answers. The feeling here is that this tragedy could have been prevented. As soon as we hear from the city and get to the bottom of this, we'll keep you updated. I'm live in Englewood. Jackie Crea, Denver 7.
A little more respect towards this woman. Thank you.
Next up is Kim Wright.
Kim Wright, District 4. I was going to talk about e-arts because all of my questions and requests have not been answered. After speaking with this... Okay. I was going to speak about e-arts because all of my questions and requests have not been answered. After speaking with the city manager last week, I was assured this item was going to be tabled this evening. All of my questions will be answered. I thank you, City Manager Lewis. I want to give a big kudos to Code Enforcement Chairperson Carson Green. The chairman controlled the code enforcement meeting as he should have. I encourage all chairs to watch the last 3 meetings. It shows how the city should not run boards and commissions. City employees and council members are liaisons. I believe there are only a couple employees that are voting members on boards and commissions, and he's a great example on how boards and commission meetings should be run. I would like to know the reason behind publishing the addresses of those that testified in P&Z the last meeting. We look at a lot of documents that the city of Inglewood on their website, and I find it odd how some people's information is blacked out while others' information is published. Why is this? Who decides to publish one person's information and black out another? I believe this is a safety concern for all whose information has been published. Joe Jefferson once sat on the dais as a council member before becoming one of the best and most admired judges Inglewood's history. His position at the dais sat empty from January until his replacement was elected in June. With the departure of Cheryl Wink, I see no need to replace her until the November election. That's only 3 months away. With Ms. Wink's attendance record, the council or the people, are we really missing anything with that seat currently empty? I believe we need to wait for the people to fill that seat. The group of people that are sitting at the dais currently are either under recall or up for re-election, except for the mayor pro tem. So I think we need to let that seat remain empty until the November election, a little more than 3 months away. I actually don't have 5 minutes. I think we need to take, as Kevin said, after watching that video, I'm pretty shooken up. Maybe we can take a moment of silence, as it is 5 years ago today that a woman did lose her life. And a lot of lives were changed after that flood. So maybe we can take a moment since I do have the time. Thank you.
Any questions for Mrs. Wright? Thank you. That moves us to unscheduled public comment, where the same rules apply, except you get 3 minutes for unscheduled public comment. First on the agenda is Mary. I assume that's you, Mary Colecci. Just make sure you make friends with that microphone.
Okay, sweet. Can you hear me?
I can, if you would please begin by stating your name, address, and cross streets or council district.
My name is Mary Colecci. I live at the cross streets of Inglewood Parkway and Inca. Good evening, members of the City Council. I much appreciate your time. I would like to say that I come with you a concern that's facing me in my building. I have to go around my building sometimes because there's a homeless person outside the liquor store. I know that's not something that the city can, they could just move them along and stuff, but I really appreciate the Inglewood City or the cops helping me out. I have tried in my building to call the security and they don't even move them along. And I know that's something I gotta take on with the city, but I do appreciate that every time I call the Inglewood City cops, they help move them along. So when my aides come in at 4 o'clock, I worry about them. I should never have to worry about my aides when I'm at risk as it is. This whole talk of homelessness, we have got to change things and not just spend money on trying to like put money into different things, and this is just ridiculous. This is not the Inglewood I moved into. I do appreciate the cops coming and moving them along. They aren't there when I call them and when I go check. I don't know how long it takes them, but it's just ridiculous that I have a secure building and homeless people are sleeping in there. I have had a homeless person that always walks towards me, so I go around my building to the back. That is not something I should have to do. This needs to be addressed. We need to quit pouring money at the situation. I would like to know how much the other cities are putting into this. I don't know if that was done on purpose, but if Inglewood's spending that much money, I want to make sure all the other cities are putting just as much in. So thank you so much for your time. And I do appreciate the cops, and they've always been wonderful while I've been here, so it's a true privilege. And I got to see at the free concert, I got to see an officer diffuse a situation, and it was great to see. So thank you so much for your time and all you do.
Thank you, Ms. Kelechi. Any questions? Thank you very much. Next up, C. Ann Dickerson. Go ahead, Ms. Dickerson.
C. Ann Dickerson, District 1. With all due respect to your policy, I have no respect for it. To start, I am more than okay with the Historic Society to have space in the Civic Center and hold events in the furtherance of Inglewood's history without charge. I am not okay with Inglewood Arts getting to rent any part of the second floor to third parties and keep the money, nor with taxpayer funds used for improvements for Inglewood Arts use and the maintenance thereof. One more agenda item leading to the bulk of my address: do not approve a third party to run the recall election. It should not cost almost 10 times what a single recall election cost, even with inflation. Regarding to the recall, you don't really care what we, especially I, have to say. But it should give you pause that despite your use of taxpayer funds to spread untruths about accomplishments in campaigning against being recalled, we still managed to get enough signatures to hold an election to recall you. You overstepped when you rushed to put multiplexes on corner lots in R1, then abandoned it. A lot of people woke up and saw what you were doing. Voting to abandon it was just a distraction to disguise that you'd already done it with ADUs and removing parking requirements and reducing minimum lot sizes and reducing lot coverage percentages. Along with the practical voiding of our home rule charter by placing amendments on the ballot, you made it harder to employ our rights to direct democracy through recall and referendum. I hope the increasing awareness of the lies and propaganda you've been spreading, starting with the election in 2019, your direct support of upzoning R1, overt hostility to citizens, the never-ending increases of fees quintupling the utility bill, still no progress on infrastructure, specifically to the storm drain system, failure of which is exacerbated by your unwise approvals of high-density, high-rent developments. I hope it's enough to get you recalled and put an end to your attempted destruction of our property rights, waste of taxpayer dollars, and rising crime. We are your boss. Time you behaved like you knew this.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson. The audience will please refrain from applause. Any questions? Seeing none, next up is Jan Weipert.
Jan Weipert, Federal and Bellevue, District 4. So this is a Citizens Award to Kim Wright. Thank you for bringing to the attention of this council and the citizens some very devastating things that are going on. Without you, I don't know that the recall would have been successful. You've spoken up, you've uncovered things, you were talking about infrastructure long before the city figured it out. I think there have been times you've talked about it, Kevin. You talked about it. And it took another huge issue for the city to say, oh, hey, there's something going on here. And if they had listened to you some time ago, they might have not had to backtrack in their fixing. You know, and this is the same thing with the PUD. You were told there were problems and you passed it. 4 of you that are sitting up here tonight voted for it. Do you listen to what we say when we come up here? Or do you just go, la, 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 this is our thing, we're gonna do it. This is our thing, we're gonna do it. I really question, you know, we come here to talk, and you've got some amazing people out here that are smart and bright. Me, not so much. I speak more from emotion. But we're here to help the city, and you act like we don't. Colleen just talked about election. This election, the recalls, even the November election could probably be done for under, what, $40,000 for the whole thing if you would look at paper ballots. There are ways to do it, and you continue to ignore systems that can be put in place long term. You just ignore it. We don't want it, so we aren't going to pay attention. We aren't going to research it. We aren't going to look at it. We aren't going to have the election commission called to take a look at things. You know? So what stops the decline in Inglewood? One is there are also places out there that are stopping developer investor purchases in counties, states. I don't know if states have done it, counties, cities across our country. I didn't have time to research it, but you can stop it. That's why we have a municipal thing where we aren't under the state. You can stop some of this. That would help prices. It would help people be able to buy. It would help protect renters because they wouldn't be, all the rents wouldn't be under these conglomerates that fix their rents. Guys, you got to start listening to us. Whether you're going to be here 3 months or you're going to be here another 4 years, you got to start listening to us. You aren't doing it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Swiper. Questions from council? Next up is Regan Benson.
Good evening, council. Thank you for not pushing the name issue there. I really appreciate that, Mayor Pro Tem. I was compelled to take my personal time tonight as I've been dealing with homelessness all day, tragedy after tragedy. Did you guys know that people are dying out on the streets? I know. The majority of the population hates homeless people. They're worthless. They're drug addicts. None of them have trauma. They choose to live out on the street with no sanitation, with no running water. All these homeless people screwing life up for everybody else. Isn't it something? Won't it be a grand day when we can all convene here and celebrate the death of every single one of them or the jailing of every single one of them? It'll be a frickin' fantastic day in America, won't it? The last time I was in Inglewood, I was over at your police department at 405 trying to make a records request. I got a phone call from one of my homeless individuals that used to be an Inglewood resident that was effectively criminalized out of the city of Inglewood thanks to people like Sam Watson, who reminded me tonight when I saw him that I needed to shift gears and not really talk about your study session that compelled me here. What compels me is human life. People are so buried in politics and who's doing what to who so somebody can have a better enjoyment out of life. While I was in that police department, I got a call from Steve Olson, He goes by Cowboy on the streets. Many of you in Inglewood here know him. And if you don't, go to my YouTube channel and watch all the videos about Cowboy. You effectively criminalized him out of the city of Inglewood. He died the day after he called me on the phone. I didn't get my records request because it was 4:05. The staff was leaving for the day. It was the big flood. Remember that day? They were busy. I waited to go in there because of the rain so I could take the phone call from Steve. You want to talk about safe parking? It doesn't work. There are barriers. If you're not legal, you can't use safe parking. Go back out on the street and die. Don't discuss it. Just say screw it. Send them all back out there so all these people can converge and tell you how much they're working with homeless and trying to understand their situations and what they need. Don't discuss any of that bullshit. Go back to politics. Go back to zoning. Go back to catering to people pissed off because they're building houses that we can't put people in. People are dying out here. And Inglewood sucks.
Thank you, Ms. Benson. That's your
$1.3
time.
million and no
Time
fucking
is up.
services.
Next up will be Mr. Kozak. A reminder to presenters that the policy manual also includes a policy regarding profane language. Mr. Kozak?
Mr. Kozak, District 4. My understanding is the city council, the city attorney, did not understand what we gave them last week. Notice of intent to sue. Judicial review, because there was all sorts of things that were not legally processed, as well as a Sam's Automotive PUD. I'm not joking. I'm not joking at all. Over 1,500 people signed a petition, and it was cleared by the city council, by the city clerk and her staff, who were justifiably able to do that. One person that had a lawyer being paid $40,000 or somewhere in that neighborhood to represent the one person, they were getting paid by the developer. Who are you representing? The one person or the 1,500 plus? Because I could have easily got 3,000 had I been given enough time. We only had 3 weeks. Okay? Supposedly it was supposed to be 40 days. But I'm not going to justify all that. What I'm justifying is I've come forward to say, you got one chance. You get together in executive session and you throw out the protest and you let the people of Englewood speak for themselves whether or not this project should go through, i.e. Oxford. I'm the one that kept complaining about the fact that it was worse than what they said. And you know what? We're going to bring the railroad department in because on the other side of Santa Fe, twice now you've had to redo it. Now you've had to do it over here, and we've had 4 floods in that same spot. When I was on city council, that was supposed to be 16 feet deeper than what it is now. And we fought to keep it from that. We made the railroad raise it up. Well, wait a minute. If they rose it up, how settled is that ground? How much drop will it take for a rail line? 6 inches to derail a railroad track and all of a sudden hit the homes? Think about it. It's been turned over to the Attorney General, the Secretary of State, and the Election Commission. Now, I have more than enough documentation, okay? I've requested the Cora request on our hearing. Lo and behold, we don't have a recording. That's against the law. And baby, I'm going to run with it. I'm going to run with it, and you as city council members are just as culpable of it because you didn't even follow your own rules. The city manager sat right here and told you that by standard, any project going this large has to have a traffic study, an official traffic study, not a proposal of what might be the effect. And that was coming from the developer. So you think about it long and hard, because when I bring this lawsuit, and if it is a class action, then it will cost the city a heck of a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kozak.
Anybody want a question?
Seeing none,
you
that
got
brings
it-
us
you
to
got it
Carson
under the
Green.
record
Mr.
now.
Kozak, your time is up. Thank you.
You got it under
Your
the
time
record.
is up.
It a
Thank you.
lawsuit.
Mr. Green?
Hello, Carson Green, District 1. First, I want to say, council members, I know your job's not easy. I know it takes a lot of time, and I appreciate, I believe all of you have the right intent, and I appreciate your effort. I moved here 23 years ago, and one of the things I appreciated that I observed of Inglewood was kind of a live and let live perspective. I noticed there was no need for licensing a dog, just what was really necessary, the shots, not extra regulation. I like that. I've been frustrated by a lot of things lately, especially the push to increase density, which I don't believe equates to affordability. My neighborhood's been transformed by most of the affordable housing being scraped and then giant, multiple duplexes and triplexes being put up that each unit is 800,000 plus. Increased density is reducing quality of life. I really am frustrated that the entire code next thing, even though in the first page it mentions quality of life, it's not addressed anywhere else. And I feel like the push for all of this is ignoring quality of life for people who live here. One of the things that really stood out to me was at Mayor Sierra's town hall when former Councilmember Moore described the increasing density in single-family home zones as an attack on property rights. People who bought property in a single-family zone, and I know that you've supposedly tabled that, but I don't think it's really being tabled considering Code Next right now has massive increased density still with ADUs and what you keep calling bonuses, or your city planning people call bonuses of reducing required parking requirements. I mean, all of these things incrementally reduce quality of life. Why doesn't quality of life matter? I attended the entire citizen planning school last year. I felt alienated for caring about quality of life. Nobody else seemed to. Seems like everyone who studies city planning comes out of it indoctrinated to think that the only worthy goal is focusing on increasing density at all costs and eliminating cars. I'm also, in regard to code enforcement, where do I see my time? Oh, 2:40. In code enforcement, it feels like part of what city staff is pushing for is just constantly moving us towards being more of an HOA. I like the way Greenwood Village does it. It's response-based. It's not this proactive blanket the whole city with warnings and scare everyone with $5,000, fee potentials. It seems like until until code enforcement can ticket everyone for looking at them sideways, they're not going to be happy. I'm frustrated with the way things are, and I'm also informing you, thank you for reappointing me. I have decided to move on. I don't want to live here anymore, and I've decided to move out of Inglewood, so I'm also going to have to resign from my position on code enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Any questions for Mr. Green? Hearing none? All right. Nicholas Young. Ms. Wiper, one more outburst, and unfortunately, we'll have to ask you to leave.
Can y'all, by chance, put me in a microphone where I can sit?
We absolutely can. That microphone is wired and live.
Okay, appreciate you. Thank you, council members. My name is Nicholas Young. I live at the intersection of Inca and Inglewood Parkway.
Just one moment. We'll start your timer here. Thank you. Go ahead.
So as some of y'all may have noticed, I'm a double amputee. I'm also dealing today with some autoimmune arthritis conditions, which are unfortunately making me a little bit more stiff than normal. One of the things that I encounter around the downtown area quite frequently is vehicles that are not licensed with a plate or placard being parked in handicap accessible parking. And I notice this quite often. I notice it when I go up to eat lunch at the Breakfast Queen on downtown, when I go to the bike shop, who is owned by my friend up there on Broadway as well. It's like I patronize a lot of local businesses in Inglewood, and I've noticed this to be a recurring problem. And I tried to understand why. Most recently, I encountered this at Sandgren Brewing, which is a local business that I've tried to go to many different occasions. And sometimes I can't get in because their one accessible parking spot is taken by a vehicle that doesn't have plates or placard. Now, one of the issues with being a double amputee is that I have to swing my door all the way wide to safely get my prosthetics out of the car. At the time when I noticed this latest parking infraction, I called it in to Inglewood PD. Officer Galindo responded and looked at it and told me that it was within her discretion that the vehicle would not be ticketed because it was technically illegally parked. However, she didn't believe it was inconveniencing someone. I followed up after that and spoke to Sergeant Cree. And I asked Sergeant Cree, I said, okay, so if this is a situation where we have a federal disability rights law, what is the legal foundation locally for allowing officers to use their discretion as to whether or not to enforce that? And Sergeant Cree told me directly that that authorization came from Mr. Lewis, the city manager. Now, my question to you tonight is that do you see any legal doctrine that allows a city manager, an unelected position in the city of Inglewood, to override police actions in response to a federal civil rights law? I've consulted with a number of disability rights attorneys here in the state during the course of the last few days, and they seem to hold the opinion that that's not necessarily legally admissible and that it's not within the city manager's power to grant that permission. And so my question to you is, how can we bring our local policies more in line with federal disability rights law?
Thank you, Mr. Young. Does anybody have any questions? Member Newenkamp.
Mr. Young, thank you so much for being here tonight. I'm concerned about what you've shared with us this evening, especially in Disability Awareness Month. Have you reached out to any city council members before tonight?
So I actually have spoken on the city council floor before when we had an issue with plowing all of the snow into the accessible parking spots. And at that time, my council member was Orthaniel Sierra. My understanding is that he did some work to kind of get that a little bit cleaned up in the area of town where I live, which is complex by admission since it is a public-private partnership. But no, I have not brought this particular question to the city council or to council members directly. It seemed to be a quirk of legal doctrine, and I thought it was best to have this particular quirk entered into the public record before I consulted managers directly.
I appreciate that very much, and I hope that you can leave us with your contact information before you go tonight so that we can follow up on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Clerk, is there anyone online?
If you're joining us online, you can unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Vicki Hoffman. I'm a resident of Centennial, Colorado. 5 years ago, tonight, right now, Rachel Haber died. The city manager at the time is now gone. The city manager, Lewis, has been here 4 years. Nothing in that city has changed. The health and safety of the citizens is still at risk, even more now than before. It is time for city council to buy out those 4 houses, as your city manager would like to minimize the damage that occurred a month ago. You have potholes everywhere, sinkholes, houses that did take on water, and I did go down there. Mayor Pro Tem ran away from me twice in less than 24 hours, once at the sinkhole, once at the hearing. And I have many friends in Inglewood that I am very worried about their health and safety. I don't care if it's a bomb house, if it's sinkholes, if it's shootouts. Those people deserve better. None of you, except for Member Russell, ever talked to me about drainage issues. In 1971, the storm drainage plan for Inglewood, Colorado, that was from Sellards and Grigg, proceeded to say all the dangers of those houses. Nothing has changed. Nothing. It's despicable. And I will continue to listen to every meeting, fight for every single one of my friends and people that I don't even know, because this city council, 3 of you now are under recall, and you might have thought I went away. I've never gone away. I continue to fight and dig and help whoever I can, because this is not how a city runs. Your city manager and director DeAndrea, said they fixed everything. Guess what? It's not fixed. Nothing's fixed. City manager said 1.2 inches of rain in 40 minutes. That qualifies as a 2-year rain event. 2 years, not 10, not 50, not 100. You got a big problem down in Oxford Station. Those people deserve more. I am still very upset. 5 years. One of those people had to get
Mrs.
away.
Hoffman, that's your time. Thank you. Are there any questions from council for Mrs. Hoffman? Seeing none, that concludes public comment. Council, shall we take a brief break till 8 o'clock?
Did you want me to respond to public comment?
Of course I do, Member Russell. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming out tonight. I cannot tell you how much this upsets me. Kevin, I want to thank you for your report, the things you've been doing, and thank you for playing that video, because I was there that night. People were calling me. I would go to people's houses and people were just overwhelmed. And I am very concerned about getting this addressed. And I have seen a lot of pictures down on Oxford. More of the sidewalk has collapsed. There's water running, and we got an email today that we had to special order pipes. They're not big enough. This does need to be addressed. This council probably should set aside every other thing on the agenda to make sure that it is getting addressed, because my greatest concern is this could be much bigger the next time. And I think that you all really have no idea of the damage that was done the last time 5 years ago. Ms. Wright, I appreciate you coming as well. I will have a couple of council requests at the end. I'll go back and address those. I thank you for the reminder of history, because it worked back in 2018. It would work again. Ms. Dickerson, I also thank you for coming out, and I appreciate your frustration. And I think that a lot of people are frustrated. Ms. Weipert, thank you for the kudos. I'm glad that you think emotionally, because we need people that think emotionally. And thank you for coming out just to share thoughts with us also, and giving us ideas to perhaps stop developer purchases. I talked to a developer the other day. He owns 5 properties in the city of Inglewood, and he's waiting to be able to develop them to see what's happening. And he's going to decide whether he's selling depending on what happens with the Code Next project. Ms. Benson, I thank you for coming out. I just want to thank you for what you shared. I absolutely 100% agree with you that what we are doing is not working, and we need to fix that also. I feel like a lot of our homeless projects, we are spending a lot of money and it's building kingdoms for people. It is not actually helping the homeless. Mr. Kozak, I appreciate your sharing. I did ask for a executive session with the city attorney. I will ask that again tonight, because I do think that council needs to talk about this in executive session. And Carson Green, I cannot tell you how much it has upset me. Carson Green has done an amazing job on the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee, and his heart and his soul. This is a huge loss to the city of Inglewood because he has been very involved in civic government for probably the last 20 years. And when you got people that are pouring their heart and soul into the city and they're leaving because they think there's no hope, that's problematic. Mr. Young, wait a second, did I miss? I want to thank you. Did you say that you lived at Inca and Inglewood Parkway? Also, okay, thank you. And I'll have some council requests on your information too. I appreciate that, and I'm concerned. Ms. Hoffman, I greatly appreciate, I know your frustration because you were there, your house was flooded, and you lived just behind Rachel Haber. She was across the street from behind you. And this is very serious, and this council really needs to look at this. So thank you all for coming out. I greatly appreciate it. Actually, did I miss you, Mary? As I just thought, I didn't address Mary. Thank you for coming out too, and I absolutely agree. You have every right to feel safe in your building because it is a locked building and the homeless should not be sleeping inside. So I'll be doing a council request for that also. Thank you. So I have a couple of council requests. There apparently the planning and zoning, the addresses were published, but they didn't take people's addresses. Is that standard practice? I mean, I don't know if public hearings are different than, I know they're different than public comment, but is there a reason that the addresses were published and putting people, and you know, I don't need an answer right now, I just want to do a council request on that. On Ms. Kalecki's concerns, is it possible to patrol the building more often? I mean, and that's a council request, if we can make sure the building is safe, whether we have to do it through the apartment manager or whoever, or whether we have to get more increased patrol. Let's see. Yeah, I think that was part of it. Actually, I think some of it is outside the building too, not just inside. And on Mr. Young, I think we should look at our policy on handicap parking and the discretion of the police to waive. And his question, how can we bring our policy in line with federal disability law? So if we could have a council request on that also. I think that's it, unless someone else has some.
Member Newcamp.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There were several citizens who brought up the stormwater work and infrastructure needs that we have in the city, which are significant and concerning, and obviously we have a very tragic history with that. And I know in our Float Forward program, we have a plan to spend $35 million over the next 5 years, or over the course of the program, to invest in that. But I'm wondering if the city manager can give us an update, as well as the public, for how much we've invested in the last 5 years since the flood, so we can have what is our current state.
Thank you for the question, Member Newton-Camp. If I could just pull up our public information on this. The most current and updated information that the public can find is on Inglewood Engaged, and really outlines the South Inglewood Flood Reduction Project. But I do want to just go back to 2018, and certainly the impact that loss of life had on the community and this organization. Us as staff, as you know, there were staff that personally went out and helped with the cleanup on that. I think that the sense of urgency that the staff at the time felt and has continued since then continues to be something that we stay focused on very, very much. So since 2018, the southern portion of the city, when they experienced that flood, we started a massive project for the first time that we could find in the city's history to do a comprehensive stormwater master plan. And so that master plan started in earnest in 2018. That plan outlined all of the needs, which again, we knew that we had flooding problems here and there, but we really didn't know the magnitude or scale because it had never been studied to the extent where we were looking at basin to basin and really a comprehensive approach. So that plan, which involved multiple community meetings, which involved dozens of meetings and study sessions and outreach sessions with council and the public, really defined laid out the plan for us to move forward with. It's very difficult to get grant funding from the federal government, from state government, even going to the ratepayers to say, we want to increase your stormwater fees if you don't have a plan to work from. So that process, took about a year. Would we have liked that to have been quicker? Absolutely. So throughout 2019 and 2020, then we set about to take our master plan and say, this is what the costs are going to be. So we worked with engineers inside the city, outside the city. We said, how much would the Acoma improvements be? How much would it be to bore under the railroad to get water out to the South Platte without the detention pond? Then how much would the detention pond be? How much would buying out properties be? So we gave, throughout this years-long process, we gave council and the public opportunities to weigh in on exactly what that would look like. And when we started narrowing those down, we did a rate and fee study that was concluded in 2020 that allowed us to say, we now know what we want to do with building and designing to the 25-year storm. We know that's going to cost X dollars, and we went to the ratepayers and started talking to them through our Flow It Forward campaign about how much are you willing to pay? And we had lots of conversations with that. You all talked to your constituents, and ultimately we landed on substantial increases to our stormwater fee, and we are all paying those as citizens of Inglewood. But what that allowed us to do then was start looking at a bond. So we applied for an $8 million revenue bond on our stormwater funds to begin the first phase of this project, all of these projects. And in 2021 and 2022, completed what I would consider, important improvements in the south. We call them S1 and S2, but they were really in the Acoma area of the community and made those improvements, about 2.3 million. But what I want to emphasize to residents is that is less than 10% of what we are going to spend over the next 8 months. We let a project where we put it out for bid week before last and are soliciting bids on a nearly $26 million project that will include a stormwater detention pond on Windermere. It'll include major upsizing of pipes from Rotolo Park all the way to that detention pond and then on to the South Platte. It also includes other improvements ancillary to those improvements that all together with acquiring the property, which took more than a year to do, plus making all of these improvements, designing them, bidding them out, and really having them done very, very quickly within the next 8 months, I think is going to make a significant difference in the lives of our community. The other thing that I'll mention is we know we have other issues in the community. We know that there are flooding problems on the north side of town. And I met with a resident on Friday of last week who said, I live up on the north side of town. What about the Harvard Gulch projects? That's where our focus will turn to next. But we have years and years of repairing a stormwater system that has not been maintained for the last 30. And when you let your infrastructure deteriorate to that point, it takes significant research, study, analysis, funding to actually start addressing those problems. We are fully committed to doing that for as long as it takes to make sure that our stormwater issues in Inglewood are fixed.
Thank you, Manager Lewis. Member Russell.
Can I just ask one question, City Manager Lewis? So the Harvard Gulch, has Denver fixed their portion from the border down to the Platte River?
They have not.
And because we can't even start that until Denver gets theirs done.
Yes, and there is a lot of work, as you know, just looking at this South Inglewood storm reduction project. It takes years to finalize the design, to get the engineers' estimates of cost. So all of those things need to start as soon as we've completed these important improvements in the South. So while you're right, we can't start those construction projects, we can have all the design, we can get the funding in place, apply for the federal and state grants. I mean, what people don't know is we've accessed now more than $20 million in state and federal funding for stormwater. I mean, the degree of funding that Director DeAndre and now Director Rochelle, Deputy Director Hoos have gone after is incredible. But we have to keep designing, we have to keep soliciting that funding to be ready when Denver or, you know, any of the other agencies do their work.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Member Noonan-Camp.
My only other request tonight, and I sent a message to the city manager as well, was that the chief of police or the city manager follow up with Mr. Young before the night is over, perhaps over a break, to ensure that we can follow up on that request.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. So that does conclude public comment. Does anybody need or desire a break? I know I do, but I don't want to act unilaterally on that, so. Okay, we will take a brief break, and please be back at 8:15. 10 minutes, folks.
Yeah, I just need to take my keys this time. Oh, yes. Right, I did forget them. Because I keep hitting each other. Yeah.
When this is the
Well, at least you guys got each other.
extra pins.
Someone's gonna be there for context. And it seems that that's the only when I talked to Sergeant Creed, he is the one I realized that this is talking to Officer Linda, she wasn't going to necessarily know what the fullness of it was. So that's when I called Officer Creed and I was like, hey, so I'm confused because, and I told him, I said, look, you know, I understand that you're basically your guy finds but I called you because I was confused. He told me, he's like, I just didn't necessarily his response to me was, well, sir, more to the police state. I don't necessarily think that that's a point of distinguishing against law. I think that
Dang it, I should have taken that stuff out. We'll grab it tomorrow. Yeah. Unless there's another break on this very short meeting. Oh, did we know what time? Was it 8 or something? Oh, the break? It was 8 like, I think it was like 8:04. And I do think he started the meeting right at 7. So I was thinking back.
Members of council, please come back to order. Members of council, please come back to order. Members of council, please come back to order. Member Woodward, please return to the dais. Member Russell, please return to the dais. Thank you. The council will return to order. All right. We'll now move on the agenda. We have no consent agenda items tonight and no public hearings tonight. So that brings us to agenda item 11A1, which is consideration of an ordinance on first reading. The staff reference here is City Attorney Tamara Niles.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ward. We actually have our intern, Justin Merhar, here tonight. He will be a third and final year law student at DU School of Law, and he researched this and completed our community outreach.
Well, thank you. Welcome, Justin.
Thank you, council members. There's a presentation that goes along with this. Yep.
There should be a remote right there as well that you can.
Oh, fancy. All right. Good afternoon. Justin Murrow, the intern, is introduced by Tamara. So what we're presenting today is a prohibition on retail sales of cat and dogs in the city of Inglewood. So what this was is during public comment on June 5th, a citizen requested that we look into considering live and dog and cat sales that could come from puppy mills. What puppy mills are, basically, according to the United States Humane Society, is large breeding facilities that prioritize pretty much volume of turning out animals over the welfare of the animals, typically characterized by not allowing members to come actually see the facilities, and basically they kind of flood the market with volume without really caring for the animals. So this ban would try to limit the access of puppy mills while still allowing for adoptions and hobby breeders, which is small individual breeders, to act within the city. And then 12 similar bans have been enacted in Colorado municipalities, so we wouldn't be the first in this. These are floating around. There's a movement to do this across the country. Oop, I have the slide. I guess I'm not great with the clicker. Thank you. So the impact on Inglewood, currently no businesses sell or breed dogs and cats in the city according to our licensing. So right now this wouldn't put anyone out of business. It wouldn't really impact the current goings on within the city. We have identified and contacted attempted to contact at least 8 stakeholders who we felt might be related to this ordinance. These were pet stores, groomers, nobody again involved in the live sale of cat and dogs, but those who are businesses that are tangential to this that may have an opinion on it, and the Humane Society. None of them voiced a concern over the ordinance, mostly no comment. The Humane Society was on board with the ordinance. And then additionally, we recognize that the state also has a similar ordinance that requires kennels sales to provide the information where the kennel's from. This just goes a little further and actually bans the sales minus any adoption procedures. Okay, one more slide and that'll be the last one. I'm sorry, I don't know why this isn't working. So this is what the ordinance would look like. Basically, no pet store may sell, display, sell, deliver, offer, sale, barter, auction, or otherwise transfer or dispose of dogs and cats in the city. But then there are exceptions that go along with that. So if it is an animal shelter, it is fine to continue to operate. A nonprofit organization who's designed to place animals in homes will still be fine. Any adoption events at a pet store, so like a Petco or PetSmart, that wouldn't be selling them but would be able to host an adoption event within their facility. And then individuals who, like I said, those hobby breeders, the small-time breeders who, you know, have a litter of dog or cats that then sell those or put them up for adoption, those will still be fine. Again, we have no licensed breeders in the city currently. And that's pretty much the ordinance in a nutshell, pending any questions.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So does the state law cover all of these things?
So the state law covers the marking pretty much that requires kennels to become from known kennels, and then they do monitor the sale pet store licensure. This would just be essentially an additional layer for Inglewood should the state law change, as well as pretty much codify that the individual breeders would be fine within the city.
So if the state law doesn't change, do we need to pass this?
Right now, it wouldn't have, like I said, right now it currently doesn't have any effect on any operations within the city. It would just be an additional layer that would signal Inglewood's intent for not allowing puppy mill sales within the city. But again, as state law is, this will have minimal impact.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from council? Discussion? Oh, no, we have a motion in that case. Yes.
I'll go ahead and move 11A1.
Is there a second? I'll second for discussion purposes. It's been moved and seconded. We'll move on to discussion. Who wants to go first? Member Russell.
Thank you. I guess I really had not thought about this until just now. I understand that there's a lot of people out there that, well, I mean, a few people have come to ask us to do this, but if it's prohibited in the state, I'm not so sure why we would have to put another layer on in the city. Do you have something, City Attorney Niles, that you would like to share?
Yes, I'll give you a little bit of background. First, there was a discussion that we would bring this to a study session, but our study sessions have been full lately, and it's to make the process more efficient. It was a very easy ordinance draft, so we went ahead and just put this on for ordinance for discussion. And so it's not our recommendation whether or not to do this, but you had public comment, so that's why it's brought to you as an action item, solely within your discretion. We also did reach out to our code enforcement department, specifically Dave Lewis, and he actually sat on the statewide task force that developed the statewide regulations. He indicated that he didn't think a special ordinance in Inglewood would be necessary. He felt that there were sufficient protections under state law to address puppy mills. However, it does signal that Inglewood is a strong supporter of animals, and that we are willing to adopt legislation to protect animals in the city. But again, it is code enforcement's opinion that this is not necessary to achieve that goal because it's already addressed statewide.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional comments? Member Woodward.
You know, I think Inglewood is such a strong canine city and has done so many things in the past. For example, with the parks, and when we did the leash law back in, I think it was 2000 or 1999, and then designated parks so people could have their dogs off leash, 5 parks at that time. And that's been such a success and a model for other cities that I think anything that we can do to show that we are supportive as a city for things like this, I'm willing to do. And I am in support of this. Thank you.
Member Anderson.
I'm not supportive of this tonight. I'm not, I don't think it's going to accomplish anything as the state laws are already in place, but I also question the wisdom of making laws just to send a signal or something like that. I think we should be, if we're gonna be passing ordinances and laws, they should be set out to accomplish something. I also think that I have some, again, issues with this in terms of the method of going about. You know, of course, I'm, opposed to puppy mills, but I'm not sure stopping retail sales actually would accomplish the goal of shutting down the puppy mills, and direct legislation towards that I think is probably better. So I don't see the need for this legislation, and I'm not supportive tonight.
Member Nunekamp.
I have a question for the city attorney. If the state law were to change the one that's currently enacted, and we didn't have this ordinance, we would allow the sales. If we did have this ordinance and the state law were to change, it would mean that the protection would be consistent in Inglewood, and there would be no lapse in protection because we'd have our own ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sympathetic to Member Anderson's comments. Conversely, I'm not entirely certain I see the harm in passing this. So I'm a little torn. It doesn't affect any existing businesses in Inglewood. I don't feel like it's going to stifle business in Inglewood. It just makes the policy stance clear that we don't want dogs and cats sold from mills in our city. And that's where I have a little bit of hesitation, given state law being in flux fairly consistently these days. So that's where I'm struggling a little bit. I guess with that, we will call for the vote.
Member Anderson?
Nay.
Member Nunekamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Let the record show 3 ayes and 2 nays, the 2 nays being Councilmember Anderson and Councilmember Russell.
Thank you.
City Attorney, refresh my memory. 3-2 vote.
I believe it is 4 votes in favor required to adopt an ordinance, so the ordinance fails.
Thank you. So we will not be bringing that for second reading. That brings us to 11C1, which is the contract with Inglewood Arts for a portion of the Inglewood Civic Center. Staff reference on this is going to be Deputy City Manager Dodd.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We don't have a presentation tonight. You've seen this contract about a month and a half ago and then had a study session on it. We did make some changes based on your feedback that were included in the study session, in the memo for tonight. But there's no additional presentation.
Questions from council? Member Russell.
Actually, I would like to move to table this item because I asked, actually council asked, because there was council support for this, for information, and that those council requests are incomplete. One of the things is I requested a room rental information from eArts regarding the list of people that they rented the rooms out to. And so I'd like that information before we reschedule. Also, I noticed in here that staff reached out to community groups. I would like, this is a council request also, that we would get more information on who the city manager may have spoken with about taking that position, or if there was any interest in it other than the two that were talked to.
Manager Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe my statement at the last council meeting was that we had only spoken to the only two organizations that had expressed interest. So there's been no, general outreach for that.
Thank you.
Member Woodward.
Thank you. I have one question. It references, both agreements reference the conference room within the space, and the print on the paper copies is so small, I just cannot see anything that says conference room on here.
Thank you, Member Woodward. So it's been a conference room for, we believe, years. It was a conference room for MOA. It's essentially, if you were to enter here and go all the way to the end, it's almost catty corner to the community room. It has a window looking over the area where the fountain is. The idea is that this would become a public works conference room, but that the contracts do contemplate, if you approve them, that it could allow Inglewood Arts and Historic Inglewood to use that conference room during the evening and on weekends.
So is it on the page, on the drawing, is it at the top of the page in the very right?
Yes, that sounds right.
That's the, okay. I can't read that, but thank you. That's all I needed.
Member Russell, I just looked at the council request, and the council request was worded as, please provide council with all past and current contracts with Inglewood Arts. You're saying that you wanted to see use?
I also asked
I
also asked the question at the study session for a list of the rents that were charged to the list of renters of those rooms.
Okay.
I asked that at the study session.
And Manager Lewis, did we request that information from Inglewood Arts?
No, but we can. I'll apologize if that didn't happen. But Member Russell, can I just ask, are you looking essentially for like their calendar going back a few months, or?
In the in the packet for the study session, I think it was in the information with financials, there was a list of all the people that the rooms had been rented to, Ukraine, band or orchestra or something like that. There was a lot of names on there, and I just asked for information regarding what rent was charged to all of those individuals.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to table this, to whenever we get information.
So a motion to table, Member Russell, requires a date certain, or it would be a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Well,
I would not PI this just for what it's worth, because I want it to come back. But
okay.
yes, sorry, Mr. Cohn.
So is it reasonable to expect we could get this in 2 weeks?
I think so. I'm emailing Mr. Bertolucci right now.
I mean, if I'm willing to do 2 weeks because that's how long we have till the next council meeting. Otherwise, we would have to go to 4 weeks. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So.
Mayor, I believe we can accomplish that timeline, the 2-week timeline.
Okay, let's let Member Russell finish her motion to table.
I move to table 11C1 until August 7th.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Please vote. Oh, Member Woodward.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote no because I don't understand what the point of the information is. So I don't know why we would or why we would delay this, how that has to do anything with this agreement. And that was when I was at CML and missed half of this because I was trying to listen to it through my phone and participate through my phone. Thank you.
Can I respond? Part of the reason I asked for that information is because this needs to be an open and transparent process for the public. The public needs to be aware of how much those rooms are renting out and how much the public is giving up by allowing someone to rent out those rooms. It's just being open and transparent with the public, and that's why I asked for that information. Thank you.
Member Nunnenkamp.
Yeah, I'm gonna just share, I'm gonna support tabling this tonight, just because there has been so much citizen interest in this topic specifically. And I do think with something like this, and we're talking about a city-owned asset, which is truly a citizen-owned asset, that we get it right, not get it fast. And there have been enough questions, even in public comment tonight, and in some of my conversations with the city manager, that I think it's worth pausing for another 2 weeks, making sure we have all the information to make the best informed decision possible. I will say that broadly, I am supportive of the contract. I'm supportive of the relationship with Inglewood Arts. I think what they bring to the community is very valuable, and I'd like to find the right way to do this.
Yeah, I'm actually comfortable moving forward with this tonight, just because my preference is to look forward as opposed to looking backward. And we put some provisions in this contract that require that information to be available to the public going forward. The current contract did not require that information to be available to the public because of the way we rented it out. So the contract amendments require them to specify what the rates are and to provide a list of users upon request, as if it were a core request. So I'm comfortable with the modifications of the contract. The second reason why I'm comfortable moving forward with this tonight is because it is basically just a 2-year extension through December 31st of 2025. I'm comfortable with that. I don't feel like there's anything going on that is bothersome to me under the current contract, and a lot could change between now and 2025. So I'm ready to move this forward tonight. And with that, I'll call for a vote on the motion to table.
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Newnham,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Nay.
Member Woodward.
Nay.
Let the record show 3 ayes and 2 nays, the 2 nays being Councilmember Woodward and Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Thank you, Clerk Carlisle. That brings us to 11C2, which is the contract with Historic Inglewood for use of a portion of the Inglewood Civic Center. Staff resource again is Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd. Member Newnham, did you have something immediate or?
I have a question before we vote.
Okay, we haven't called the question yet.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I have a question regardless.
Mr. Dodd, if you would just begin with your presentation.
Oh, I apologize.
Sure, thank you. And same thing, we don't have a specific presentation for this. However, I can go over the few changes that were made based on your input at the study session. So most of these are towards the end of the contractual document. So the first is one related to rental records and event schedules. So this will require Historic Inglewood to create and maintain rental records and event schedules for any use of the space. The record should have detailed rental rates, purposes of rentals, policy regarding rental discounts, and names of individuals or groups renting the space. The Historic Inglewood rental records or event schedule shall be made available to the public in the city and provided upon request to the public. Also, there's a clause 613 about security, that Historic Inglewood shall ensure the doors of the space are closed and secure when the space is not in use after hours. 614 is also an addition for the conference room that Member Woodward referenced. So Historic Inglewood will be permitted to use the conference room that we talked about, located in the space 2 times per month for their board meetings. Historic Inglewood's use of the conference room shall not conflict with Inglewood Arts or the city's use of those rooms, and shall provide 48 hours notice to us in Inglewood Arts of their intent to use the conference room. So those are the changes that were made based on input from Historic Inglewood and based on the feedback from all of you at the study session.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager Dodd. Member Newnham, you have the floor.
I have a point of order. We moved on to the Historic Inglewood contract, but we never voted on the Inglewood Arts contract.
Because we tabled
Didn't
the
it
item.
fail?
The item is the table.
There were 3 votes with 3
3 to
carries
2
to table.
table,
Okay,
yes.
I thought we needed 4. Apologies. Thank you.
Table motion passes with the majority of the quorum present.
I appreciate that clarification.
Now you have the floor if you have questions on this item.
I do not. Thank you.
All right, I saw Member Woodward first, so go ahead, Member Woodward.
Mr. Dodd, on 6.12, the rental records, what does that mean? Rental records of what?
Yeah, the rental records of if Historic Inglewood is, I guess, renting the space. Yeah, the way I'm reading it is that Historic Inglewood, if they're renting the space out, they have to keep detailed records that are then then provided to the city and can be made public if they're renting the space for different reasons.
To some third party that, I mean, are you talking about like subleasing it or?
Thank you for the question, Member Woodward. Similar to the E-Arts contract, we wanted to give Historic Inglewood the same opportunity to, allow folks to come in to the space and use the space with Inglewood, Historic Inglewood being there as a potential way of, generating revenue.
Okay,
we didn't feel like if we gave E-Arts that we shouldn't give Historic Inglewood that.
Okay. Is Hampton Hall then considered part of the space?
No.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Member Russell.
I guess my question is going to be around what would happen if we decided that we weren't going to use Inglewood Arts. I'm not saying we're not, but what would happen? I mean, so I guess my question is, until we get things worked out with Inglewood Arts, should we table this as well?
I think there's maybe two parts, Member Russell, to the answer. One is what would happen to this contract if Inglewood Arts was not approved. There are a few references under 614 to Inglewood Arts in the conference room. I think this may be a question for the city attorney, but I think we would have to go back and amend this contract to take out Inglewood Arts.
Yes, I think you're right. It does reference Inglewood Arts, and if we're no longer going to have a contractual relationship, then that provision would be ambiguous.
And then the second part of the answer, of course, is what would happen to the remainder of the space. This could go forward without approval of an agreement with Inglewood Arts, as they're for two distinct components of the space there. But then that space would sit vacant until council made a decision on how to utilize it.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move 11C2.
Is there a second?
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Member Russell.
Thank you. I am a little bit concerned that we would move forward with this. Not that I am opposed to renting this to historic Inglewood. But I do believe that there may be other opportunities. I guess one of the things that I'm having trouble with is the fact that this was never put out for bid, because I do think that there are other people out there that would like an opportunity to do this, and maybe historic Inglewood would be one of them. So that's why I have some questions about moving forward with this right now.
Thank you, Member Russell. I'm just looking up in Bob's rules right quick, so if everybody will bear with me for a moment. Unless there are additional comments. Member Newnham.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For me, like the Inglewood Arts contract, I am supportive of this because this is a known organization within our community that has been an incredible contributor and really the steward of our history in so many ways, and they share it so willingly with the rest of the community. Additionally, this is, in addition to it being a long-standing relationship with known partners, this is a request that we've gotten from our citizens over and over and over again, that they want a museum. I want a museum. I think it's within the purview of this council to make a decision like we do with a lot of city property about how to best use that based on the citizen feedback that we've gotten. And while I supported the tabling of the previous item because there have been a lot of questions, we have gotten, from what I can recall immediately, nothing but supportive comments for this item. We've had no citizen questioning, no citizen concern, and so I don't see a reason to table. I think that the Historic Society's been quite patient while we've worked through some of the questions, which I think are important to work through, but I'm not compelled to delay them any further tonight unless there's something more persuasive at this point.
Member Russell.
Actually, what I would like to see is the historic Inglewood have the entire area to do an Inglewood Historic Museum instead of having to share it with E-Arts. If you want to move forward, I'm okay with doing that, but I would like to make it more extensive than what they're getting. Thank you.
Member Anderson.
I was just curious, Member Russell, I understood a minute ago you said you thought we should put this out for bid, and now you want to give the whole thing to them without putting it out for bid. I'm just trying to understand your position.
I really think we need to put it out for bid. And so, I mean, Inglewood Historic Preservation Society has been around for a long, long time. And they wanted the depot. The council back then denied them the opportunity to have the depot to build a museum. I believe that they've been waiting for a long time, and I think that they should have the opportunity. So if we want to share this space, I'm fine with that, but I agree with both. It's probably not fair to Inglewood Arts if we do that, just give it to the historic Inglewood. So, whatever, I mean, I
the
want
idea
other
is to
council members to weigh in.
Put it out for bid and then take the highest bidder, whoever wants to, I mean, that's the purpose, right, of going out to bid, is to find somebody who would make the city more money on the thing.
Well,
Or you just want to solicit proposals, so we have alternatives to choose from? Just,
yes, and maybe, I do think soliciting proposals doesn't mean that we take the highest bidder. Because you don't always do that. You do what's best. But I just want other people to weigh in. If we're gonna vote on this tonight, I will approve it.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Woodward?
Yes, I see no reason or need to go out. I mean, we've got two very good citizen community type organizations. Inglewood Arts has been a part of, they've had that office with MOA going back to the beginning of City Center here in 2000, I think. And I mean, both of these, I don't know if you've been to any or many Inglewood Arts presentations at Hampton Hall and stuff, but they're things that are a real benefit to this city and to the patrons that go to it, and what they provide to the kids in the schools and stuff.
Member Woodward,
both organizations.
Can we stick to the historic?
Yeah, well, historic, I'm all for that, and I want to go forward with that tonight.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Anderson?
I'm supportive of this tonight as well.
I just have one thing before we vote on this, and that is in clause 6.13 of the contract. I think the usage of the word insure is actually incorrect. The homonym chosen should be insure with an E as opposed to insure with an I. I don't know if that requires an amendment or not, but.
What was that?
6.13, security.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but in the legislation that we've been using to adopt certain contracts, we now say in substantially the same form as that adopt attached herein, to give us the discretion to correct typos like that. And I don't believe we need to make a motion to correct that typo. We will just do it administratively.
Great, thank you. Unless there are additional comments, I believe we are ready for a vote.
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes.
That measure passes. Congratulations to the members of Historic Inglewood. You have a new space. Looking forward to seeing what you do with it. Next on the agenda, 11C3, contract for election services for recall special election. Staff resource here, City Clerk Carlisle.
Yes, good evening. So staff is bringing forward a contract for approval with council for the recall special election proposed to be held on October 3rd. This is a multi-district election that is, we are just requesting a highly specialized consultant to provide election services for this. We are already currently running the coordinated election for November 7th and feel that it is best practice to have an outside agency, like I said, with vendors already lined up. And then the expertise and time to go ahead and run this election. So I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Member Woodward, did you have a question? Member Russell?
Thank you. So if the election commission, I mean, we didn't contact the election commission at all, correct? So if the election commission got involved, it would involve you, the city performing the election itself. Is that correct?
The only thing the election commission would do is appoint election judges. And that's something that we get through typically Arapahoe County. And Arapahoe County is currently running a November election. So we are not able to really tap into any of the resources that we typically coordinate with Arapahoe County because of the time frame of this special election.
So will we, if Community Resource Services of Colorado perform the election, will we still be responsible to hire election judges? Do
No.
they hire election
They
judges?
hire
They do everything.
They do everything, yes, correct.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I'm not real happy about the cost necessarily, but I did check with somebody today and they're very pleased with elections they've done.
Okay,
So,
fantastic.
thank you.
They are highly regarded in the election world.
Clerk Carlisle, this contract statement of work says election administration and assistance to conduct a recall special election. Who will be the designated election official for this recall election?
CRS. I mean, I will still certify that ballot. So I guess I am still technically part of the designated election official, but I mean, I'm providing the content, certifying the ballot, but then they are running it. So I'm assuming they would be, that's a really good question. They are the designated election official.
Okay, in my experience, the designated election official is usually one individual who accepts responsibility for the totality of the election.
Yep, that would be Sue Blair of CRS. Yes, correct.
Okay. I think that, I do have one more question. It may be administrative in nature. You may not be able to answer this, but because this third party is running our election for us, will we have a ballot box located locally in the city of Inglewood for hand return of mail ballots?
So we are working with Arapahoe County to have our 2 designated 24-hour lock boxes available for hand drop off. They're secure. Nobody else will touch those, and that would be coordinated through CRS as well as far as getting those from Arapahoe County. So we would have a drop-off location at our 2 current ballot boxes, one outside the Civic Center and then one outside of what used to be the Tri-County building. So we've started those conversations, but I believe we have to still work out those details.
Okay, and another detail that may need to be worked out is the mail ballot return process. Mail ballots are returning to the designated elections official's
Correct.
office, which
Is in Greenwood Village, yes.
Okay. I think that answers all of my questions. Are there other questions? I see Member Camp over there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a couple quick questions. One is, this will be printed and mailed ballots, and then also it says a polling location. Is that for in-person voting only on the 3rd, or will there be any early vote opportunity as well?
It is my understanding that they will make that in-person voting available, but that would be through CRS at their location.
So it wouldn't be here at City Center like normal?
That is my understanding, but I don't know the complete details of how that would look.
But we do know that there will be a mail ballot, obviously, to every single registered voter, and then also some sort of in-person option as well.
Yes.
Okay. And then just the contract obviously is for one amount for the entire election. We have obviously not set Member Anderson's election yet, but there will be no additional cost. This is for everything, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, so I will entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Member Woodward, is there a second? I will second. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote.
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan Camp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes.
Thank you. 11C3 passes. And that brings us down back to where we started. We did in the study session before we were able to complete the discussion on safe lots. So we'll come full circle back to that. I think we're in the portion where we can discuss what we want to do, give staff direction. Member Noonan-Camp?
Happy to kick us off. This is not a new topic for us. This has been in the action plan since it was approved by this council. And I think that this is something definitely worth piloting. That's most of the things that we're doing are things that we are basing off of evidence and best practice and research, and we're going to pilot it and see, is it going to make a substantial difference in our community? And we have set up a structure to do that. And I think that the work of the Tri-Cities Action Plan is worth continuing. And so I support moving forward with piloting, exploring how we would pilot this program with the policy group.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Anderson?
I'm supportive of moving this forward.
I don't have any objection myself. I'd be interested to see what the plan looks like and what changes we may need to make to code in order to facilitate the plan. I think that's a further discussion. I was compelled by some of the statistics, frankly, that I heard, that these people generally are not chronic homeless people. There are people who, for whatever reason, are currently unhoused and need a safe place to deal with personal hygiene and use the bathroom and sleep at night so that they can get to their jobs as they get their feet back under them. For that, I would like to see further discussion on this initiative. Member Russell?
I too would like to see further discussion on this initiative before we move forward, because I want to know what Littleton is going to do and what Sheridan is going to do, because a lot of times it seems like we're carrying the brunt of everything, and we need our partners to step up to the plate and help too. So I think that's another thing that needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Woodward?
Yeah, I guess I'm for moving forward. Geographically, I don't know if Sheridan could really have one. I mean, that's why I was asking the question about Inglewood and Littleton. I think Inglewood and Littleton are both large enough and have enough homeless population there that if somebody lived in Littleton and worked in south of Littleton or Tech Center or wherever, I mean, it just makes sense that that community ought to have one in Inglewood. The size of Inglewood ought to have one too. I would be interested in, I am looking forward to seeing where these parking areas are going to be, and if they're with a church in communities, in residential communities, I certainly want to let the residents know what's going on before that decision is totally made. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Does staff have adequate direction on this item?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, that brings us to Mayor's choice. So we have one item that we do need to talk about, which is the process of filling the council vacancy. I do have some information from staff in regards to previous processes that we've engaged in and a potential timeline should this body choose to honor its charter order, which requires us to fill this within 30 days. The timeline suggested by staff would be acceptance of applications between July 25th to August 3rd, interviews August 9th, new member appointment August 14th at a special meeting, and then swearing in of the new member at August 21st meeting. Again, I'll just say that based upon the way I read the charter, this body has an obligation to fill this vacancy within 30 days, and I intend to honor that obligation with my vote. With that, I see Member Woodward. Go ahead, Member Woodward.
We have gone through this before. When Mayor Olga Wallison passed away, we had, I think it was 5 weeks or something like that, 5 or 6 weeks to the November election. And what that council decided to do was to nominate and appoint a former council member that was willing from a list of council members that we had contacted and that was willing to serve for that 1 or 2 meetings. I think it was a couple meetings. So that's how we handled it in the past, but that was the same read that you had from the charter.
I appreciate that, Member Woodward. And to clarify, that is Charter 28, which covers vacancies. Member Russell.
Thank you. Back in 2018, when Mayor Jefferson was elected judge, the judge was appointed on January 8th, and we went through the appointment process. There were applications submitted, and I think there were maybe 7 applicants, and it was narrowed down to 2 people, and the council was evenly divided. And nobody budged. And so then we decided to, if you don't do it in 30 days, then you put it out for special election. So the truth is, the special election did not happen until, I think it was either the end of May or the first part of June. Maybe it was the first part of June. So the seat was vacant from January 8th to the first meeting in June. We are in the normal election process right now. People that would apply to sit on this seat, 2 weeks from now, they can go pick up a petition and run for city council. I think the point was well taken when Ms. Wright said, what changes? The last 2 years, we've been only with 6 of us. And so it really wouldn't change anything. I personally think that we should just allow people to go apply for, to run for city council if they want to be on city council. It's different, like with, you said the election came how many weeks after Mayor Olison died?
She died in end of September, and the election was in November. But what the charter states is to fill that seat is only until the next election, which is November. So we're only filling that seat for a couple of weeks. So it's not like we can go without. The charter calls us to do it. And that's what you had read. We are required, unlike when Mayor Jefferson was elected as the judge in November for a January where he sat then.
But he stayed on the council until January 8th, and then he was appointed to the judge. If you all are insisting that we go ahead and do this, then I think we have to go through have people apply. And then we would interview them, and then we would choose someone.
Thank you, Member Russell. I see Mr. Anderson, or Council Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I'm surprised that any council member would advocate skipping a charter requirement. I think that's totally out of line. We have a job to do here to appoint somebody in the next 30 days. And I do intend to follow through with my duty as a council member and abide by that. My suggestion would be that we put it on the agenda to appoint somebody. Council members bring names of people they're aware of that they would be interested in appointing, and we have the discussion and appoint somebody in the same way that we did with Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Absolutely not.
I will say there's a few differences between the current situation we're facing and the past situation we're facing. I personally would argue, as I argued at the time, that the 2018 council abdicated their duty to appoint a successor. The charter is explicit. In case of vacancy, the remaining councilman shall choose by majority vote and within 30 days after such vacancy occurs, a duly qualified person to fill such vacancy. He shall serve until his successor, elected for the remainder of the term, at the next ensuing general municipal election has been duly qualified. So we have a duty under Charter 28. This body has a duty to make an appointment within 30 days. I'm fond of following the instructions in the charter, so that's what I intend to do here. The question I have is more in regards to process, and the staff memo does include some information on that. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I was the last vacancy appointment this body did, and the reason why I was appointed by the council at the time was because there were 3 candidates in the previous election. The council member who vacated ran unopposed, which puts us in an awkward position because we don't have another person that we could lean on and say, well, this person also got votes in the city. I would suggest, contrary to Councilmember Anderson's recommendation, that an application and appointment process would be the best way to pursue this. That way we're all dealing with the same information and we can all have the same conversations with potential applicants, and we can conduct the entirety of the process in public view. Other comments? Member Camp.
I agree that we have a charter obligation to appoint someone within 30 days. I think that the process you outlined sounds reasonable.
Member Anderson.
I certainly support that process as well.
Any objections to that process? Noting, Member Russell, you spoke earlier on the topic. Does staff have sufficient direction to move forward with the vacancy filling process? I see nods. All right, I'm glad we finished that one. Member Woodward, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to make the recommendation, since we're talking about we take a look at past council members of asking as them to serve because they know what they're doing, hopefully, as far as the process.
Yeah, I appreciate that suggestion, Member Woodward. I just think the fairest process and the process that we've used in the past is the application process. My opinion on that process is I'll just say publicly now, I would place heavy weight on any applicant who agreed not to run for office in November, just to fill up until the election. That is one of the most desirable candidates or qualifications of any candidate to me, but I'm one of 6, so don't just do that because you think that's what I want. Any other comments on this process? Okay, and just for the members of the public who may be listening, application process starts tomorrow and goes through August 3rd.
We have an application?
Staff will get that online, the application. Member Woodward asked if we have an application. I would expect that would be online tomorrow.
We were able to go back from our District 1 vacancy process that we did and pull that application and also the interview questions from that same exact process. So we've been building that kind of proactively if that was the direction that we were going to go, just for the sake of time, if you're okay with moving forward with that. It's very similar with some to board and commission applications, but it's then also more in-depth questions in regards to council.
Member Woodward?
I heard during the discussion there was a preference not to select somebody that would be running for election in September. I don't think I'm in agreement with that. So I don't know where we were with as far as direction.
Yeah, I stated that as a personal preference. It'll be a question that I intend to ask any applicant personally. Recognizing that the rest of the body is probably going to have different ideas about how this should be done. Mayor, where are you? I hope you're having a great time. All right, I think that concludes this agenda item unless anyone has any additional comment. I do have a couple of other items under Mayor's choice. The first is that I would suggest that we may need to conduct an executive session on the topic that Mr. Kozak brought up tonight. There are some legal discussions that we need to have, or that I would like to have with our city attorney. And I think the body needs to give discussion on the subject of pending litigation or potentially pending litigation with the attorney. Noting the timeline for any pending litigation, the next council meeting will be too late to do that. I see the city attorney.
Our next council meeting is August 7th, I believe. I think right now a land use public hearing is scheduled for August 7th. However, timing-wise, August 7th would not be too late to discuss these issues.
Okay, thank you for reminding me. That's the conflict. We have a busy hearing on August 7th. So it may not be the ideal time to have an executive session. I, for one, do have some questions, and I think the body could discuss any potential legal strategy, although I know this is sudden for several of you, and there are a number of votes required to go into executive session. I guess, does anybody have any, it might be appropriate for me to make a motion, but.
Yes, a motion to go into executive session?
Yes.
Yes, normally we provide a script for this, but it would be moved to go into executive session tonight for purposes of attorney-client privilege to discuss legal matters regarding referendum.
Perfect. What she said, I move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We can discuss this motion if anybody wants to. Otherwise, we'll just take the vote. I don't see anybody with their light on. Oh, Member Noonan-Camp.
Certainly, I just wanted to understand, so we can't do it on the 7th because, or we would maybe not want to because it's going to be a long night, but obviously we have not prepared for this. Is there maybe good reason to wait until the 7th, but even if it's going to be a later night, to have more preparation in the conversation? I just want to double check with our staff and make sure that this is going to be a good use of time for everyone involved.
I don't think there'd be anything that would preclude us from having an initial discussion tonight and then having a follow-up discussion on the 7th. I don't think the discussion tonight will be lengthy. I have some specific legal questions that I would like to discuss, but if it's just me,
I'd also entertain potentially a special meeting. This is a little bit sudden, which I don't love doing business this way.
Yes, I understand
because
completely.
if we're going to use the time, I'd like it to be efficient and for us to be prepared. I'm not prepared to block it, but would entertain some other ways to have this thoughtful discussion.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Anderson.
I'm unclear on the purpose of this discussion if there has not, I don't believe we've been served with an actual lawsuit, so that would be my hang up, is if we don't have any actual legal and we're just discussing a potential lawsuit, you know, we could discuss those kind of things all day long. So I'm not really quite understanding what would be the purpose of a discussion until we have an actual lawsuit filed.
Yeah, noting that question, Member Anderson, the statute does require us to give the subject of discussion in as much detail as possible without compromising the purpose of the executive session. I think if I were to answer your question, I would compromise the purpose of the executive session. But there is a matter to be discussed that I would like to discuss with the body and with our attorney that involves legal strategy and potential litigation. All right, I don't see any further discussion, so will the clerk please call the vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes.
Thank you. The body will retire to executive session. With us will be the 5 council members present tonight, me, Mayor Pro Tem Ward, Member Russell, Member Woodward, Member Anderson, Member Noonenkamp, and City Attorney Niles. Thank you, everybody. It is 9:56 PM. Council has concluded its executive session. Do we need to take a vote to close the executive session? In the executive session tonight were the same people I announced at the beginning: City Attorney Tamara Niles, Councilmember Russell, Councilmember Woodward, myself, Mayor Pro Tem Ward, Councilmember Anderson, and Councilmember Noonan Camp. I'll now entertain a motion to close the executive session.
So moved.
The motion goes to Member Russell. Mr. Anderson, do you want the second?
Sure.
Second to Councilmember Anderson. Please vote.
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes.
Thank you. So I do have one other item on Mayor's Choice, and I will not take too long, but I am obligated to give a report on CML. Happy to speak to any council member individually if they have questions about what I learned at CML. A couple of major themes: land use and development was probably one of the biggest topics at CML. Sunday's session, there was a discussion on crisis management and crisis leadership, which was a nice opening. Then there was a discussion on mental health in the public sector, which I thought was very helpful. A lot of talk about the toll that service takes on elected officials. The Sam Mehmet Award this year went to 2 state legislators who were influential in the fight against Senate Bill 213 and local control. I attended sessions on tax increment financing, a CLE on public funds and campaigning. Despite the fact that I'm not a lawyer, I still found the CLEs very informative. One of the most informative sessions that I attended was the Habitat for Humanity panel, where they talked about innovative solutions for affordable housing and some of the things that Habitat is doing. They have pivoted away from the traditional home building that they were doing due to building costs and are now focusing on ADUs and townhomes. It was very interesting to hear from them, and they're doing a lot of work in various communities. Law enforcement and internal affairs. I saw our municipal court judge speak in a session regarding municipal courts. Everybody had a great time dissing the governor and talking about local control after he gave a speech basically doubling down on his activities in the last session. It was not well received. And then overall, as I said, heavy focus on housing and development, which I found incredibly helpful. The Wednesday sessions involved 2 panel discussions about affordable housing and policy changes and a discussion from CHAFA. And that is the overall rundown of CMLs. I tried to go through that as quickly as possible. And if you feel that I have not fulfilled my obligation to share with you why it was worthy of the expenditure, please feel free to let me know, and I'll give you another 10 minutes in the next session. That concludes Mayor's Choice for tonight. We'll now move to Council Member's Choice. Member Noonenkamp.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you for sharing that. It's great to hear. A couple things from me. One, I want to thank all of the citizens who came to our first Cocktails with Council event this past Tuesday. It was wonderful to see so many citizens engage in the opportunity just to build stronger relationships between citizens and their city government. It's one of the goals that I had coming into this office is how do we break down some of the barriers around how we actually work together to solve our city's greatest challenges. So it was great to see so many citizens meet new people and to see almost the entire council there as well. So thank you so much to the staff who's put so much time into making that happen. We plan to do that again. So be on the lookout for that. And then I have something I'd like to bring to this body. As everyone knows, we've been working on our Unified Development Code for quite some time. It's coming to us soon. And over, not only the last several months, but the last couple of years, as we've considered it, what are the things that we need to make the best decision possible as a council? How do we ensure that we're picking the right policies and the right tools to ensure that we have a sustainable city moving forward? One thing that has come up time and time again in the conversation is our infrastructure. And something that I've been having conversations with staff, and obviously as we know, our infrastructure is spread across multiple departments, multiple master plans, and I think it would be helpful for us to have a study session before Code Next comes to us, just generally on how does development affect our infrastructure? How do we prepare for it? How do we mitigate against negative effects on our infrastructure from development? How do we ensure that we don't get upside down where we have more people than what we can sustain in our infrastructure, what's the planning we do. I think it'd be very beneficial for this council to have that information before we make some of those decisions so that we can be as informed as possible. So I wanted to see if there was council support for a study session of that nature coming up.
I'm in support. Are there any objections? Member Woodward?
I am in support. I'm not objecting.
Member Anderson?
So what would be the timeline for this? This would have to be at the next study session.
It would have to be soon. I believe the city manager thinks it's possible to get it on the calendar. He can speak to the logistics.
Yes, I do, and I just want to confirm that the code next public hearing is on 8/21, unless P&Z tomorrow night, unless they continue that. And then code next public hearing for council would be in September. So that leaves us with the first it would leave us with the study session, the second study session in August. I apologize, I haven't looked at the dates that this would be possible.
What's on the 21st of August?
That's when the code next public hearing was. Community development corrected the fact that we thought it was going to, it was announced a different date, but it's actually the 21st is when it's scheduled. So yeah, go ahead.
So that would make it the 14th.
Yes,
we would want that before the public hearing.
2, 3. That's 3 weeks.
Or after, we could do it after the public hearing, just before we vote.
I think we can put that together in 3 weeks.
So
that'd be the
great.
14th.
Yeah, if we could do it on the 14th.
I think it'd be really helpful, at least for me, but since Member Neunenkamp and I weren't on council for a big part of this whole thing, going back and doing a review or, kind of a total review of it. Because I think when we get the thing on Thursday and have to read it by a Monday, the whole thing, and make a decision, it's going to be a little tough. So I'd really appreciate a study session on it.
If I understand correctly, Member Neunenkamp is asking for a study session specifically related to development and infrastructure, not a full review of Code Next.
And I am making the comment of going back even further, going into a lot more of it. That's what I'm suggesting.
I'm supportive of Councilmember Neunenkamp's suggestion.
I think we have 4. That's all I have.
All right. Great. Anyone else from Member's Choice? Member Russell?
I just have a quick update on Code Enforcement Advisory Committee. Last week, they brought forth a letter. I had the city clerk hand it to you all, and I do believe the city manager has it too. What they're basically asking for is, I'm just going to read the last paragraph. Our committee wonders if there is a software upgrade available that would make data entry easier for code enforcement officers and could provide more granular information that we are seeking. Or is there a complementary software that might serve the same purpose? And what they're struggling with is just lack of information on the reports. And I do believe, City Manager, you told me that you had talked to Joe Eisenbart that it would be possible to maybe extract the information that they would like to have.
Yes, Member Russell, when I spoke with him, he said that they had already come up with a solution, but I think they are still vetting that out. So if it's okay, can I make this a council request? Just explaining what the solutions are and if there is a need for any additional funding. At the first glance, they didn't think there was. I think it's a software configuration issue, so can I make that a council request?
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, we talked about this a little bit on our one-on-one. One of the things they asked for, could you search like dog or cat or smoking in the park or whatever? It's just to get it down to finding out what all of the violations are specifically, instead of just 100 violations in one park and not really knowing what they are. Thank you. And at some point, when we get the council request, then can we look at perhaps scheduling a study session, or if we need to? Okay, thank you.
Member Woodward, did you have anything?
Yes, I have three things. Council requests, parking lot lights in the parking lot area, which I believe is still owned by the city, behind Breakfast Queen stuff, they're on during the day. So either there's a clock or something that's wrong there, and I've noticed it. It's been for a while now, and so there's a clock or something that has to be adjusted over there to turn off those lights in the parking lot. So,
Mayor, can I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead.
Was that Breakfast on Broadway or Breakfast Queen?
Breakfast Queen.
Thank you.
Yeah, the big parking lot behind it. Okay, the second item I have is that the mention of the handicap parking spaces tonight and police enforcement on that. I mean, that being an ADA thing, and I'm sure state law, I think we need to be enforcing that, especially in a city where Craig Hospital was located. And, you know, some of the other things, I think if we look at that exit off Broadway, or off 285 onto Logan going south, I will bet that that brand new handicap access for the sidewalk that I believe the state just put in ends in a dip, right into a dip. So what happens in the winter, it is filled with snow or ice or both. And I don't know, I would like to see that type of thing, really more attention paid to that because of the people that we have here. And then the third item is a question for council. I would like to go over the council policies again sometime. There's a council policy that I noticed when I came back on, and during our initiation or whatever, it was after serving on council that you couldn't be on a board or commission for 2 years. And that's as I recall it, and I'd certainly like to discuss what is the thinking behind that? Because I can't imagine why you wouldn't have former council members on boards and commissions for 2 years. So I'd like to go through the policies at some time in a study session.
Sounds like we got an item for the parking lot. Attorney Niles.
August 7th, we already have council policy discussion on the agenda, PowerPoint. It's already completely done. So we also have a full copy of the council policies along with some red line proposed revisions. So we can certainly discuss that at that time.
Sounds great. Thank you. All right. Anyone else for Member's Choice? Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a couple of things. Regarding the two council members who have brought up the handicap spaces, the police chief and I had a good conversation with the individual who came to speak about that. I shared with him that both of my parents in the last 10 to 20 years of their lives were both had medical placards for handicap parking, and that I am passionate about making sure that we enforce handicap parking, and have spoken to the chief to that end. So we do want to make sure that there are some spaces around town that appear to be not in compliance with the federal regulations around signage, because it's a combination of on the pavement space, a parking sign that's in front of the space, and painting. And so we are working with a handful of spaces that are not in compliance from that standpoint, but I've talked to the chief about ensuring that our parking staff know that that needs to be a priority of our parking program. Secondly, regarding emergency sirens, as you may know, we had some questions about that from the public, and just wanted to report that Deputy City Manager Dodd convened a meeting week before last with our emergency management coordinator and the police department to begin developing protocols on how and when sirens are used. So a draft protocol will be developed by the end of this month, so very soon, and it'll be followed with a communications plan that will be provided to council later in the summer. So we hope to get some of those details worked out. And then last but not least, I just want to thank Event Supervisor Tony Arnaldi for the good work that she and her team and all of our Parks Department, Police Department, we had a lot of staff out that day did with the 4th of July event. We actually, numbers are forthcoming, final numbers, but we think we had between 23 and 40 some odd thousand. We'll be narrowing that down because I've been given two different numbers, but attendees that reported. So we were excited that we didn't have any reports of any accidents or violence or any altercations during that event, which is also a success. So thank you to that staff team.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Member Russell.
Do we have any plans for National Night Out?
Yes, National Night Out is going forward in its traditional format. And so I know Crystal Essman in the police department is working with Madeline Hinkfuss on making sure that we've got those block parties lining up.
So, and when is it the second Tuesday of August?
I think so.
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, because this is, our next meeting is 2 weeks away and it's August 7th.
I'll check in with staff on that. I know that they were working on it, making contact with neighborhoods, but I'll find out where our publicity on that is.
Okay, and also council can get a list of where they all are.
Right, and those are always distributed right before the event, those so that you know where those are, because it's changing up to the
last minute.
minutes.
It was also in the city email newsletter, just this last couple
It's
weeks.
on what?
It was in the city email newsletter, the neighborhood newsletter, this month.
Okay,
I've seen marketing from the city from it, is what I'm saying.
okay, thank you.
Great. Well, with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.